Here we are. We're streaming. We're streaming. 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 I got a new setup. I did a thing. I got a new setup. It's a new world we live in, where everything is now different, and all of the different things are different. I don't know if I like how I've set my mic up here, so give me 1 second here. We're going to go like that, and we're going to go like that, and that's going to let me go like that. Wonderful. Wonderful. I hope each and every one of you had a beautiful week. I hope each and every one of you are doing really well out there. This week was like, chill. Can I say chill? It was a chill week for me. I just sort of chilled out. Although I felt extremely productive. I felt productive in my own personal life. As you can see, right? The webcam is different. Everything's different, right? And that's basically because little Milo's not with us anymore. God rest his soul. I had a couch in here that I was sitting on so that Milo could snuggle up beside me and be beside me while I was doing things and while I was streaming. Right? And so now that he's gone, I got the couch out and I've got a proper computer desk and a proper computer table and a proper computer chair. And so I'm feeling a lot more productive. My space is a lot more open. I don't like that I have a bed in the back of the shot, but I think maybe if I just don't point it out, hopefully people won't notice. But here I am pointing it out. But it's my deepest insecurity. It's my deepest insecurity. I just don't have a way of setting things up without having it in the shot. Austin, good to see you. Dude, I'm really sorry to hear this, my man. Austin writes, hope your day is going well, John. Mine isn't. I lost my job to layoffs. Austin, if you don't mind me asking, what sector do you work in, my man? Because I've been seeing, I think I do have something where they're talking about manufacturing layoffs due to the tariffs, right? Oh, bro. Austin, I'm really sorry to hear that, my man. We kind of always knew it was coming, right? We knew that the layoffs were coming. We knew that the negative consequences were coming. You sort of cross your fingers and hope that you're not going to be the one to get hit with it. I've been there, dude. I got laid off. Food quality as a lab tech. Oh, yeah, we don't need any of those, right? We don't need people looking out for food quality, right? No, certainly now that we're entering the Trump era, no one's going to give a shit about what's in your food. It's just going to be sawdust for everybody. So why do we need a food quality lab technician if we're not even going to be checking for food quality anymore? A little bit of gallows humor for you there, Austin. I hope you're doing well out there, my man. I hope things bounce back for you. I hope that you have a stability. And Austin writes, I'm in Canada. That's the crazy part. Yeah, but the tariffs have mattered for Canadians, right? It's if we have tariffs on us, and let's not fool ourselves. Let's not fool ourselves. A lot of these corporations are going to use the tariffs as an excuse to lay people off. Never forget that there is always the never-ending cycle of lay people off using some kind of lame excuse or some excuse to lay people off so that you can hire recent immigrants for cheaper. That's the game that the corporate sector and that the oligarchy, the corporate state, whatever name we want to give these guys, the psychopath class, that's the cycle that these guys are on, right? That they're always looking for a way to get rid of higher paid employees so that they can hire low wage immigrants, right? That is something that they do. And then what they do is they point at the immigrant and they victim blame the immigrant as if the immigrant is the one with power in the situation. And then a bunch of dumbass conservative types get all wound up about it. So it's like win-win-win across the board for the corporate sector, right? Eggs D, good to see you. And so Austin, I just hope, I'm really rooting for you. I hope that you're able to turn it back around quickly, get back into your field, get back into what it is you're doing. I know for me, when I got laid off over COVID, right? I was the assistant manager of a large, like a $2 million store, and they removed the assistant manager position is what they did. And there's like a much larger story to it, but that's the bottom line, is that they removed the assistant manager position, so they just laid all the assistant managers off across the company. And like that was like a big change in my life. It really was. Like it was a big change in my life. Like the COVID period like was a big teardown for me. Like uh, uh, I lost pretty much everything, and I started doing the YouTube channel over the COVID period, and I gained enough support to be able to start live streaming, and so here I am doing the live stream, uh, playing around with the idea of going back to doing regular videos again now that I have a little bit more time on my hands. But I mean, I think that it's a real thing that you're going to experience, is that this could be a real moment for you where all of the sudden things you thought were important are not going to seem so important. Austin writes, it's been the first time I've been unemployed since graduating 3 years ago. Oh, yeah. Like, I suspect that you'll get picked back up pretty quickly by some company or some organization, but it's scary, you know? It's scary. Like there isn't a lot of certainty built in to the system. Like there's EI, right? So you've been laid off so you can get on EI for a little bit. But that doesn't last that long, right? That doesn't last forever. And it's just kind of scary for young people to be operating in a society that's constantly pulling the rug out from underneath you. And where there's no like food and shelter are not a guarantee in our society. And that to me is sort of the backbone of the problem of what we are all facing. Like I know it sounds so silly to say out loud, and it sounds so just like I don't know, rudimentary in a way, I guess, like basic, but it really is the truth that because we don't have food and shelter, we live in this perpetual state of terror. We're constantly in this state where there's this looming, unspoken fear that we all know exists, and yet we don't really give voice to it in a manner that could be described as serious. That maybe people bitch about it, but they don't organize about it. And like, I don't know how you expect to have a sustained, complex society where food and shelter are not a guarantee, to the degree that the government or the system of power is able to provide it. Like, this wage slave system that we're in, it's starting to ricket. It's starting to fall apart a little bit, and it's going to be falling apart more and more and more as less and less labor is required. And the reason why less and less labor is going to be required is because the capitalists aren't going to be able to sell the products anymore. Like, no one's going to have enough money to buy anything. Like, nobody's going to have any wealth to be able to purchase anything. And so the only people who are purchasing anything are going to be this small group of people, and you can't sustain a complex economy, a national economy that way. Like, 10,000 billionaires aren't going to buy the same amount of pants as 42 million people. It's just the truth. And it's like, one of the things that I'm quite grateful for here in Canada is, now that the Conservatives are losing, The Wick, good to see you. Love the new camera angle. Thank you, my man. It's inspired by you, my friend. I hope that this is better for everybody. Right? I hope this is better for everybody. We got a first-time commentator over on Twitch, Natty. Good to see you, Natty. Hope you're here to be beautiful. Now that the conservatives are losing and facing a loss, I think that we have a real opportunity to have serious conversations with the people who were voting conservative, to really ask them and really talk to them about the nature of why they lost and why they're losing. And what I've just been saying over and over again, and not in a condescending manner, or not intentionally condescending, because I do think the people who are voting conservative are just average, everyday, regular Canadians, just regular people. And regular people are swarming to the conservatives because they see the liberals for what they are, which is a disaster for Canada, which is correct. But they don't seem to see that the conservatives would only make the problem worse and would exacerbate the problem. And so I've just been telling conservatives who will say things. They'll say things that are completely accurate about the liberals. And I'll be like, yeah, that's correct. But the reason why people aren't going for conservatives is because they're terrified by you. Right? Like, we see what's going on in the United States. We see what's happening with Trump. Right? Natty over on Twitch says, why you made Trump short. So if you see right at the bottom, it says the art of the kneel. Oh, you don't actually see that, do you? Hold on. Oh no, is this not showing the whole thing? Are my proportions out of whack? Oh, my proportions are out of whack. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties, guys. 1 second. Let me see if I can fix this. Yeah, it's cut. Yeah, it is cut, isn't it? Here, let me see if I can fix this. Let me see if I can fix this quick. Stop doing that. And let's see if this fixes it, because I would like it to not be doing that. Certainly. And technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. Yeah. Yeah. Press zoom out. Press control and dash key. XD, we're just doing some impromptu. Oh no, that's not what we're looking for. No, this is a problem with the streaming. I'm having a problem with my streaming. So you know what? I'm going to pause for a second here, and I actually am going to mess with this, because it shouldn't. Yeah, it should be. Give me a second here, guys. The display capture. I feel like scale to window, but it is scale to window. Enable preview full screen. No, windowed. Nope. Alright, I think I'm just going to have to put up with this for now, because I just don't have... Oh yeah, here we go. Hold on. This is going to do it. I see what this is going to do. Yeah. Yep. Solving problems in real time here at the Canadian Commie. Communists like to solve problems. That's what we're here to do. We're solving problems. And I believe I just solved that problem. Vote communists. Solving problems every single day. Thanks for pointing that out, Natty. I appreciate that. And we're back in business. So this is, of course, what you're seeing right here is in reference to Trump's recent loss. That there's no other way to talk about the tariff war outside of a complete and total loss for Donald Trump and the Republicans. Like, the narrative, right? The narrative is straight up Donald Trump raised tariffs. The Chinese retaliated with tariffs of their own. Their tariffs were a lot more targeted. They were banning precious metals that the United States military relies on in order to get things done. And so Trump has been hoping that by raising these tariffs, the Chinese would call him, right? That's what he wanted. He wants the Chinese to call him and be like, please, Mr. Trump, we have to do something. And you know what the Chinese did? They increased the retaliatory tariffs and then didn't contact Trump at all. And then Trump said publicly, I'm willing to negotiate. We just need to talk it out. And the Chinese did nothing at all. And so now, after this stonewalling, basically, President Trump says Chinese tariffs will come down substantially. He'll go easy on China. And what did the Chinese do? Like, there's a meme going around that talks about this, which is do nothing, win. Right? Do nothing, win. And Chinese citizens, of course, are quick to point out, it's not that we did nothing, right? It's just that the things that we do are done in larger scale, right? When we operate in the world, we operate on at least 5-year timescales, at least. But we're really thinking about things in big, long 100-year cycles. And whereas the Trump administration, I mean, do they even think about what's going to happen tomorrow, do you think? So it's not that the Chinese are doing nothing. It's just that they have integrated themselves so fully into the American economy and into the corporate economy, into the global economy, that to try and go after China is a death sentence for your own economy, which Donald Trump found out the hard way because he's too stupid to actually look into these things and actually talk about them. So that's what's going on with this. And to me, I think that it is fair to say that we now live in the century, the Chinese century. This is the Chinese century that we are in now. That this moment, when Donald Trump stepped down from this tariff war, I mean, it signals so many things. Like, he's not going to have an actual war with China, right? He's not going to actually have a real war. He immediately capitulated on the tariff war. So economically, like, what are they doing? So the question becomes, like, what can America do about China now? And the answer is not a blessed thing. China's going to do exactly what China wants to do. America can't really mess with them. It's not going to stop them from trying. Like, they're going to try to do things because the Americans are largely embarrassing, and they don't really get what's going on. Joe, good to see you. And I think that's the thing I just keep focusing on. And I just keep hyper-focusing on it. Is it, like, the Americans clearly don't know what's going on. Like, they really don't understand what's happening to them. And they don't get... And that kind of cycles back around to what I was talking about with the conservatives. That here in Canada, I think you have a lot of conservatives that are rightly angry at the Liberals. That they should be angry at the Liberals. It's correct that they are angry at the Liberals. But their solution and their solutions that they put forward are terrifying and are bad and don't work. Like, they just don't work. And now that the conservatives are losing for the 4th time in a row, you can challenge these guys. And you can really just say to them, like, look, you're being rejected, and here's why you're being rejected. Like, we see what your ideas mean. We have the perfect icon, the perfect figure in a position of power to really signal to everyone else in the world what these policies actually mean. Like, when conservatives start talking about gutting social services and privatizing social services, we know what that means. That means that people get less health care. That means that people live in poverty and get into medical debt. That means that your grandparents or your parents are not going to have the supports they need to be able to live a dignified life in their old age. Like, I'm not going to watch my mom get thrown off Social Security, right? I'm not going to watch my friends and families get thrown into medical debt. Like, there was a person at my job. There's one of my coworkers. She broke her ankle, right? And if she broke her ankle in America, she'd be just swimming in debt. She'd never get out of it. And her ankle would probably be fucked up forever. Right? Whereas here in Canada, she's able to get the care she needs. Everyone's looking out for her. Everybody wants her to recover. And she will. Right? And she's going to walk away from that, having her ankle broken. No debt. No nothing. She's just going to continue living her life. And that's the way I want it. I want it that way. And I think that if you don't want it that way, then you're a fucking psycho. Like, you're just a psychopath that just wants people to suffer so that you can make money off of their pain. And I think that's what the Conservative Party represents. That they represent a group of people who want to increase the suffering of others for money. And people see it. Donald Trump shows it to you as nakedly as it can be. And so my hope is that conservatives, many of whom I think are just well-meaning people who actually are just angry at the liberals, I hope that this is like a come to Jesus moment for them, and that this loss really gives them a moment to like look at themselves and be like, maybe we should actually read that Bible we keep talking about. Maybe we should actually start listening to this Jesus Christ figure we talk about. Like, maybe we should actually try to help people instead of try to extract wealth from them and create false justifications for that extraction of wealth. And, like, the false justifications are cartoonish at this point. Like, nothing that they say is real, right? They don't actually understand how anything works. Like, they think government runs like business. It's a total catastrophe. It's just a total catastrophe at the base level of how to run a government and how to be a governor. Like, the state does not operate like a business. It is just not a business. And if you think about it as if it's a business, then it's going to fail. The way businesses do. Joe writes, arrogance and ignorance is a bad combo. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's where it's that Dunning-Kruger effect, right? It's just these people walking around who don't know anything. And they'll happily celebrate their ignorance. Like, that's the part about it that's so crazy, is just how confident they are and how little they know. And we're all supposed to accommodate it. Like, that's just wild to me. New CIA drone pilot over on Twitch. I folded like no one has folded before. The most folded fold. The great and most unprecedented fold in the history of the world. No one has ever seen anything like it, folks. I'm the great folder. Yeah. And, like, welcome to the Chinese century, man. Like, that's it. China maneuvered itself so that, specifically, so that America would not be able to win a trade war against it. Like, the removal of precious metals from the United States military, like, really understand the scope and scale of what this means, right? So, we know all about the scandal where Pete Hegseth, the Minister of Defense, or the Secretary of Defense, what the fuck are they call him? He's in this group chat, right? Which is itself a crime. Like, this thing should not exist. There's no reason to have a group chat where all your buddies are like, we should go bomb the Houthis, right? It seems like a security risk. Well, when they bomb the shit out of the Houthis, right, they need to replace these missiles, right? And who are they gonna replace? How are they gonna replace the missiles? Well, the missiles that they're building rely on Chinese resources. And the Chinese said, you don't get those resources anymore. So, okay, how are you going to replace your arsenal? You know, the arsenal that you just used to destroy unarmed Yemenis' lives. Like, how are you going to replace your stock? And the answer is they're not. Like, it's a pretty major crisis. It's a pretty major security crisis. And this is the reason why Trump is stepping down so much on this trade war, because he's finally come to see that there are supply systems, there are supply chains that the Chinese have wedged themselves into, and the Americans don't have an alternative. And like, this is this worship of money I keep talking about. Like, Trump is just under this deluded idea that money is the end of the conversation. That I have more money than you, therefore I win. Whereas the Chinese understand, because they're Marxists, or at least they look at Marxism, if you want to be a real stickler about it. But they understand that resources are the point. Resources are how you actually build an economy and how you actually integrate an economy. That the money is just the measurement. The money is just the way you measure the resources. That's it. Like, that the American mode of thinking and the conservative mode of thinking really is like, oh, you can't build that building, there's not going to be enough inches. And I know I say that all the time. Like, I know that I'm kind of a broken record on that, but I feel like I really need this to get into the public consciousness. Like, money is just a measurement, right? It's not an end goal in and of itself. Resources are the end goal, right? The mobilization of labor to build things, to make things, to manufacture, to create, to harvest, to grow, right? To get resources. And we use money as a mobilization tool and as a measurement tool to get those resources flowing. But if your idea is, let's burn down all the resources so that we can get more money, then you are living in a stupid worldview. Like, your worldview is dumb. Or at least self-centered. Like, at the very least, you don't care at all about the destruction of your own country. You know, the way that these capitalists don't. Yeah, such an obsolete notion that if it turns a profit, it's good. This has never been the case. Yeah, cotton resources. I like it. Yeah, I mean, it's the profit motive as religion. That's really what we're looking at, and the era that we're going into is going to make it more and more obvious and more apparent that like I feel like I'm watching a situation unfold. Like, I feel like I'm really just watching a situation unfold that it's just like, yeah, I've called it. Like, I called it the whole way down. Like, I'm looking at this building collapse. I'm looking at this structure come down. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's not happening exactly the way that I've predicted it, right? Or the way that I've been talking about it. It's not happening exactly. Like, I can't predict exactly which beam in the building is going to be the beam that collapses, right? I can't predict which direction it's going to pang off, right? I can't predict how big the dust cloud will be. These sorts of things. Like, there's minutia and specificity, but in the broad stroke of things, like in the big scale of things, like, America's coming down, baby. Like it's coming down, baby. Like, it's coming down in a big way. It can't recover. That's the big thing that I think people are not really grabbing a hold of. Like, I think that there is still this general hope that somehow the United States is going to pull this up, and they're not. Like, they're just not. Like, we're looking at a cratering. We're looking at a society that is cratering itself downward. That where the most vocal political voices, the people who are the furthest to the left in the political sphere, their whole strategy is going to be to ask permission to let more people have access to healthcare, which is like charming. Like, it's a charming idea that will ask the psychopaths permission, but it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So even if we like elect Bernie Sanders and AOC and have like this whole movement to the left and rah, we got to stop Trump and all the fascists and these Republicans and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just going to be more corporate power bullshit. Right? Like it's going to be another genocidal party that is happily enacting a genocide across the Middle East. Happy to do it. Right? No problems whatsoever. Israel has the right to defend itself. That kind of thing. And so, like, it's coming down, baby. Like, the federal government is going to wither away. It's going to just wither out of people's lives. And people will begin to recognize that the only power structure that really matters is the power structure that exists in their town. Like, who's the mayor of your town? Like that, because the federal government is not bringing resources your way. The state government is likely not bringing resources your way, right? Like, it is likely the case that you have been abandoned, right? That the systems of government and the systems of power throughout America are abandoning its citizens, certainly abandoning its responsibility to its citizens. And a bunch, like people on the right of the conversation, which is the majority of the population, actually say that the government doesn't actually have to provide resources to the citizenry, right? It's not the responsibility of the government to provide food and shelter. So it's like, oh yeah, cool. I can't imagine why your system is collapsing, right? It's almost as though your system was erected by a bunch of slavers who wanted to have a slave system, and that we had a big civil war about it to get rid of the chattel slavery, but now we're dealing with wage slavery and prison slavery, right? Not to mention the manufactured homelessness crisis. This is one of the things that I'm having several conversations right now about rent control with people, and it's really, really obvious that these guys just worship capitalists, and whatever the capitalists say is true, and they just don't want to acknowledge that the capitalists are creating a false scarcity scenario. Like, we watched them do that with diamonds. Remember how we watched the capitalists create a false scarcity with diamonds? Right? Does everybody remember this? That in my youth, so until I'm like 20, diamonds are like rare. Ooh, what a rare gem. Yes, you want to tell her that you love her. You better give her a $2,000 diamond that's this big. Yes, it's so rare. We had to go to the deepest mines to find. And then it all kind of comes out because of the movie Blood Diamond, and because of some reporting that actually happens. It all comes out that diamonds are actually incredibly common. The cubic zirconia, which is like the fake diamond, there's actually less cubic zirconias than there are diamonds. That what the capitalists were doing was that they were hoarding up all the diamonds and then keeping them in vaults and creating a false scarcity, right? And once it came to the consciousness of the people that the diamond market was actually fake, it was being propped up falsely, then the demand for diamonds plummeted, and the whole prestige around diamonds just cratered, and the price of diamonds just went right down. Because everybody went, this is a false scarcity. You have 100 billion diamonds. They're extremely common, right? They're not this rare, precious thing that you've got to like go pluck from the eye of a dragon. Like, they're everywhere. You find them everywhere. And so the false scarcity vanished, and everybody was just like, yeah, I don't buy it. Now so they're doing that exact same thing, but with housing, right? They're creating a false scarcity, where they're hoarding up properties and withholding properties from the market specifically to drive prices up, while pretending like they're not doing it. And conservative suckers think that that's true. Think that they're not doing that. Rather, think that no, we're out of houses. It's like, no, we're not. Like, we're just not. We're just not out of houses. Like, we have enough houses for everyone. It's just that the capitalists are creating a false scarcity. And because demand can only go down so far on that particular commodity, because people need shelter to live or else be homeless, which is not an existence that anybody should have. So prices can't actually crater, and we can't actually have a reset on housing prices because people need them, right? And this institution, this system that we have created, is being upheld by the current modern day liberals, whose strategy is to do supply side economics, right? Trickle down economics. We need to build more supply, right? So we're going to build more supply, and then who's going to buy up that supply? Oh, it's the same people. It's BlackRock. It's 6th Street. It's Vanguard, right? And so very steadily, our entire nation just turns into a nation of renters. Everything, nobody owns anything. And that's a very famous, like, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's a very famous, like, WEF statement that the liberals are part of. And it's worth pointing out, like, the WEF, which is this organization that especially conservatives really bang on about, they've just replaced Klaus Schwab, who has resigned in disgrace because of allegations of misconduct. And the new leader of the WEF is Peter Brabeck, the guy the Nestle CEO who said humans have no right to access water. And look at this guy right now. Look at this guy. This is what he actually looks like now. He had some kind of thing happen to his eye. Like, I feel like reality is, like, really hitting you on the head now. Reality is really nailing you on the head, eh? Like, it's really, like, not subtle. These people are evil villains. Look at this guy. Like, this is some James Bond level shit. This is straight up something that you would see in a cartoon villain movie, right? Like, Superman would come up to this guy. It's bad enough that we've got Jeff Bezos looking like Lex Luthor, but now we've got this guy in the mix as the head of the WEF, which is an organization that has openly celebrated its quote-unquote penetration of Western governments. So, like, the decline is going to be so ugly. Like, it's going to be so ugly and stupid. I do feel like I have all of this news today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. All of this news today is just gonna be kind of dumb, because everything's just getting dumb. Here's a bit of good news. Something that we should all celebrate and something that we should all love. Burkina Faso army says it foiled a major coup plot. So for those of you who don't know, right? Burkina Faso is an African nation that threw out the French colonizers fairly recently. They are reminiscent of Thomas Sankara, who stood up for the people of Burkina Faso before his assassination. And now we have the next generation. And it looks like they're being far more successful. They're able to build their own internal economy. They don't rely on the colonialists anymore. And now it's saying it's foiling a major coup plot. Burkina Faso's military government has said it foiled a major plot to overthrow junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré, with the army alleging the plotters were based in the neighboring Ivory Coast. Security Minister Mahamadou Sana said the coup attempt was led by current and former soldiers working with quote-unquote terrorist leaders. The intention was to attack the president's palace last week, he added. The aim of the plan was to sow total chaos and place the country under the supervision of an international organization, Sana said on state television on Monday. It is the latest of several claims of attempts to remove the junta leader, who seized power in 2022 amid increased militant attacks. Burkina Faso, like its Sahel neighbors, has been battling armed jihadist groups, with an estimated 40% of the country under their control. Despite promises by Captain Traoré's military government to improve security and even seeking new security partnerships with Russia, the situation remains dire, with frequent attacks from insurgents. Yeah, I wonder who those insurgents are funded by. Who do you think's funding those insurgents? What do you think's actually going on there, right? Looks like a CIA operation to me. In this latest coup attempt, which happened last week but details of which have only been released, Sana said the plotters attempted to use Burkinabe religious and traditional leaders to sway army officials into backing the plan. The maneuver was to culminate, according to the terrorist plotters' plan, on Wednesday, the 16th of April in 2025, in an assault on the presidency of Burkina Faso by a group of soldiers recruited by the nation's enemies. The brains outside the country are all located in the Ivory Coast, he added, naming in particular two former army officers believed to be behind the plot. He said sensitive information was passed to terrorists to increase attacks on the military and civilian and incite a revolt against the authorities. Like, I mean, yeah, they have cut ties with former colonial power France and allied with Russia instead. Yeah, so America wants to overthrow this organization, and they're not letting it happen. So our hearts and minds go out to the people of Burkina Faso. Good luck. It's a big undertaking that you're doing to try to rid yourself of Western colonialism. We are in a better position to see it actually happen. Right? We're in a better position than we've ever been to see these kinds of countries regain their sovereignty. Mostly, if you ask me, because the mask is off. Like, there's no more pretending about what Western imperialism is, and nobody is pretending as though these guys are going to play nice. Like, nobody. Does anybody believe that the CIA is not involved in this? Like, does anybody believe that that Western forces are not trying to overthrow these governments? Like, at this point, it's so blatantly obvious and ridiculous that to think otherwise, I think, is just like, okay, I'm going to need to see some pretty hard evidence that convinces me that it's not the case. In further good news, Tesla profits drop 71% amid anti-Musk backlash. 71%. Dude. Just going to bask in that for a minute. Just going to live in a world where Elon Musk loses 71% of his wealth. Yeah, that's so nice. Get completely wrecked, you Nazi creep. Like, Tesla's profits fell 71% over the first 3 months of this year. A company earning released on Tuesday showed the company's performance fell short of analysts' expectations. Total revenue increased by 9% from 1 year earlier to $19.3 billion, while revenue derived from car sales plunged 20% over the first 3 months of 2025 compared to a year ago. The new financial details arrived as some shareholders have called on Musk, whose temporary status as a government employee expires next month, to step down from his White House role and return full-time to the helm of Tesla. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help. Like, I don't think having the Nazis show up around more in your company is going to help your company. The Goat, good to see you, my man. The Goat's like, sorry I'm late today. I was doing my part. Splurging capitalistically, shopping. Hope you're having a good day. I am having a good day. I'm having a great week, I have to tell you. Like, even with the chaos that's going around and the ridiculousness, it's just like, you know, like, we just live in a silly place. And I think more and more people are beginning to understand that it's just gotten silly. And here in Canada, I feel like it's like we're going to come down from like a euphoric high of defeating Trumpism. That's kind of the narrative of what's going on here in Canada. There's this, let's defeat Trump, and we can defeat Trump by defeating the Conservatives, and we can defeat the Conservatives by all rallying behind the Liberals. And of course, the Conservatives rightly point out, like, the Liberals are shit. Like, they're total trash. And it's like, correct. And you're still worse. Like, it's... I think that's going to be the tough pill for Conservatives to swallow, was that their policies are terrorizing and terrifying. Like, nobody wants their policies. And we've seen the policies. So, it's... but because all of that is happening, it's like there's this... It's like there's a loosening amongst the populace. It's like the populace is realizing shit's fucked. Like, and that we can't simply continue moving forward, ignoring countercultural voices the way that we've been doing. Yeah, Isaac, good to see you. Musk's still among the richest people. Yep. He definitely should have his assets removed. Like, he should not be part of the conversation. Like, we should not know who this guy is. Like, I shouldn't be forced to have to care about Elon Musk. He's just such an enormous loser. And the goat continues, not only rallying behind a liberal, but a liberal who would fit right into the progressive conservative party. Yeah, like, Mark Carney represents a total... I've got a great article that I'm for sure going to be reading. Mark Carney represents the full belief of capitalism, specifically neoliberal capitalism, that the religious ideology of neoliberal capitalism is being challenged, right? It is being challenged, and people are beginning to see they're not the class consciousness and the consciousness of the populace is not the point where it realizes what's going on, but it is to the point where it realizes that something's gone really sideways, that people can't buy houses, right? People can't really pay their rent. Like, shit's gone sideways. Shit's fucked. Shit's fucky, right? And everybody can see it and everybody knows it. Nobody's walking around being like the get a job crew is not in the conversation anymore. Like, it really used to be, like, pre-COVID, it really used to be that the only thing you'd ever hear from people on the right was just get a job, right? Just get a job, just get a job, just get a job. You're lazy, right? You're just being lazy. You're just being entitled, right? Like, this is what they would actually say to you, because they're psychopaths, obviously, who literally want you to be a slave. And so it's a form of gaslighting, but now they don't do it. And the reason why they don't do it is because it's too obvious now that it's gaslighting. Like, it's too clear. The situation has become too bad that if you actually stand up and tell somebody to get a job, then you're a fucking psychopath and everyone thinks so. And you get excluded from things, as you should be, right? Psychopaths should be alienated from the society and should be isolated from the society. We should remove their assets. Very, very plainly. And so there's this crisis. There's this crisis of capitalism. There's a crisis of credibility happening throughout the entire Western world. And so Mark Carney represents an attempt to stabilize or to bring credibility back to the religious ideology of neoliberal capital. And the thing with Mark Carney is that he sounds good if you don't know anything about economics. Like, if you don't know anything about the subject, which is most people, which, yeah, fair. Like, most people have a life to live. Like, they're raising children. They're trying to make it work in this ridiculous economy that we're creating. And if you have this religious leader who sounds stabilizing, who sounds competent, and who sounds compassionate, I think that's a big part of Mark Carney's appeal. And I really noticed this when I read his book. He knows how to sound compassionate. The issue, of course, is that it doesn't matter how compassionate you are if you're a capitalist. The issues are structural. The problems are structural. We're looking at a structural issue. You can tilt your head and say, all you want, but it doesn't stop the society from collapsing into, like, a feudal structure. Like, you can have, like, really compassionate feudal overlords. Like, that's not going to change anything for you. Joe writes, there are still millions of average working people who still believe the trickle-down nonsense. It's unbelievable. Garden State, good to see you. How much evidence will it take to acknowledge it's a lie? Well, a big problem, like, one of the major successes of the psychopath class has been to convince people that governments are businesses. This, to me, has got to be one of the most important propaganda wins that has happened in my lifetime, for sure. convincing average everyday citizens that the government is a business. Like, once you get that put into people's minds, then you can pretty much convince them to do anything. You can convince them that oh, we got to tighten these belts, right? We can't afford this, right? Look at that deficit, right? Because everything is framed in the concept of a business. We take in revenues, we spend, right? And oh well, revenues are down, so we can't spend so much. It's literally not how it works. And government doesn't need to take in revenues. It's not the reason why governments tax. Governments aren't taxing to bring in revenue. It's just straight up not what they're doing. And they don't need to bring in revenue to create finances to be able to mobilize resources. They just don't need to do that. And that concept, the thing that I just articulated, is so foreign to the public. It's just such a foreign idea. They've never really because business is so ubiquitous, because business is part of your everyday life, because you interact with businesses constantly, because you work in businesses constantly, because you live in a structure that promotes and supports the institutions of business. You don't actually pause to think that, like, oh, but the government's not a business. And wait, what does that mean? If the government's not a business, well, then what is it? What can it do? What are the rules that it follows? And the more you dig into that, and the more you actually look at what it is, the more you can see that a government can just create institutions out of whole cloth. They can just straight up just be like, yeah, we just want an institution there that does that thing. So we're going to create all the money we need to be able to mobilize the resources to be able to do it. And we're going to create it and have it there. There it is. Whoopity-doo-dah. And, oh, it's going to create inflation in the economy by creating this amount of money, so we'll just tax that away from the horde, the dragon horde that's sitting there doing nothing with it, right? To keep the inflation in check, right? Like that's what's actually happening when the government does things. And people don't want to believe that, because they want to believe that there's some kind of natural law. They want to believe that there's some kind of rule that says that you can't do that, but you can. Like that's what's so wild about Western society. Like, we can do these things. The limiting factor is not how much money you have. The limiting factor is how much resources you have, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you have 200 bagrillion trillion dollars and no iron, right? You're not going to be able to build something that requires iron. But if you have $0 and you have infinite supplies of iron, which one would you prefer to have? Like, would you prefer to have, like, infinite wealth and no resources, or would you prefer to have resources and zero paper dollars that we print anyway? Which one would you prefer to have? And a big reason why this narrative needs to persist in the society, and a big reason why the business class needs people to believe that the government is a business and should be run like a business, is because they need to get it in people's heads that the government is supposed to be subservient to business, when in fact it's the other way around, that businesses should be subservient to the government, and that the government can outright look at an institution and say, you no longer exist. Like, that's what the capitalists don't want people to realize. They don't want regular citizens to realize, oh, we can literally just nationalize things. We can literally get rid of these things. And you see the ludicrous mental gymnastics required to maintain this illusion that capitalists somehow are helpful or useful. And you realize really fast, like, this is a religious ideology that we're looking at. It's not actually interested, and it's a death cult, right? It's interested in destroying everything around it for money. That's what it wants to do. And here's the Walrus writing about Mark Carney, right? Mark Carney, cutthroat capitalist. Garden State writes, I never understood this whole business thing. Americans say Trump is a businessman and he'll run the country like a business. Okay, Trump doesn't have a record of bankruptcy. No, that's just because he's smart, right? He's just using the rules of the business to make himself more money, and that's a smart thing to do. He's a smart capitalist, is what he is. He's making good money. Look, if you think that your government is a business, like, the government can't fire citizens. I mean, I guess that's what deportation is. But, like, government, like, a business can fire employees, and then employees are told, okay, I gotta go find other work. Governments can't do that. Like, you can't fire a citizen. And I mean, if you did, you would basically be like a Nazi regime, essentially. Which I think is why they have framed things this way, because they want it to be a Nazi regime. Right? Because fascism is the merger of the business class with the state. Right? Like, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is by definition a fascist organization. Garden State says, also the whole support small businesses is gaslighting. Many huge corporations in America can label themselves as small companies if they have less than 100 employees or something like that. Yeah, it's all a scam. Like, this is the big thing that I've really noticed, and I've really been feeling it this week. Like, everything is a scam. Nobody is selling anything that is what they promise it is. And everything is just a complete and total scam at this point. The Goat writes, the goal of a business is to make as much money as possible. If a government wanted to do that, they would just print more, right? Like, it's this money worship. It's just this money worship that everything has to be sacrificed at the altar of money. And it's wild watching it fail. It's on such a catastrophically high level. And the reason why I'm keeping this Mark Carney article up, because I would like to read this article, and the reason why I want to do that is because as we persist, like in 4 years' time, there's going to be another election here in Canada, and everything's going to have gotten worse for Canadians, right? Like, everything's going to have gotten worse for Canadians because it has to. It's not possible for the Liberals to continue moving forward on the policies that they have been moving forward on and actually see success. Like, in 4 years' time, housing is going to be more expensive. In 4 years' time, people are going to have less income. In 4 years' time, inflation is going to have continued going up. All of these policies and all of these ideas are going to continue doing exactly the thing that they're currently doing. And in 4 years, we are going to see a crisis of credibility here in Canada that is going to absolutely dwarf the current crisis of credibility. Like, Mark Carney has come in as a way for the capitalists to be like, oh no, we've got it. Look, here's credibility. Look how credible. Well, in 4 years, everyone's going to go, fuck this. And the conservatives are going to be right there. The conservatives are going to be right there, and they're going to have a guy, and they're going to have somebody who's just going to be like, yeah, we should round up all the immigrants and deport them. Garden State writes, we look back at the last societies who sacrificed for their gods and wonder how yet we sacrifice even more today for paper with dead people on it. Yeah. Like, and like, at least when the like old tribal religions and were like sacrificing people, there was like a ritualism to it, right? This sort of mundane structural sacrifice, this sort of like it's very crass. There's a real gaudiness to modern American society. Like, it's just pathetic. Like, that's really what it boils down to for me. It's just pathetic. It's just like, why are we even participating in this? Like, what are we even doing here? Like, it's so utterly pointless. And now the whole thing is collapsing and failing. We're watching it collapse and fail. And instead of saying, maybe we should do something different than the system that collapsed and failed, we're going to just double down on it. Okay. There's a great idea. That's a super good idea. Mark Carney, cutthroat capitalist. The Prime Minister sells himself as a public servant, but his private sector past reveals his true loyalties. This is by Drew Nels. On March 9th, when Mark Carney became the Liberals' new leader and the Prime Minister designate, it was easy to get lost in the day's big-ticket headlines. There was his stunning 85.9% sweep of the vote. There was his full-throated attack on United States President Donald Trump. There was the uncomfortable facts that he is not a sitting member of Parliament. He has never held elected office and speaks halting French. His highest profile announcement was probably his plan to eliminate the consumer carbon tax. But just as important, even if it flew under the radar, was another change. Carney promised to scrap the Liberals' capital gains tax hike. We think builders should be incentivized for taking risks, he said on stage in Ottawa, and rewarded when they succeed. So this is just like far-right arch-conservatism, right? Carney, as voters have been endlessly reminded in the lead-up to the April 28th federal election, is an economist, with a bachelor's from Harvard University and a master's and a doctorate from Oxford University. So he, of all people, must have known that in his victory speech, he was deliberately mischaracterizing the nature of capital gains taxes and the reason the Liberals proposed the increase in the first place. Oh, a lying capitalist. Who could have ever predicted it? Bear with me a moment. For those not wealthy enough to bother learning about capital gains, which is to say, most of us, the term refers to profits made from selling an asset like property or stock. In Canada, capital gains are taxed at a 50% inclusion rate. Income, on the other hand, is taxed at 100%. So if you work for a living, all your earnings are taxable. But if you make your money flipping houses or day trading, only half of that is taxable. Does that seem fair to you? Me neither. The Liberals' increase to the capital gains tax introduced last year was paltry. The inclusion rate would have gone up to only about 67% and would only be on profits over $250,000. You would have to be very, very rich for this to impact you. By the government's own estimate, although only 0.1% of Canadians would be affected, the hike would bring in more than $19 billion in revenue over 5 years, starting in 2024-25. But after various private interest groups raised hell, Carney and the Liberals caved. More so than ending the consumer carbon tax, which, for all its policy merits, was a political albatross, killing the capital gains tax increase was nothing but a gift to the ultra-rich. Boink. That shouldn't come as a surprise. Carney's case to Canadians is that as the governor of the Bank of Canada during the financial crisis and as the leader of the Bank of England during Brexit, he's a proven manager in times of economic turmoil, trying to bring credibility back to the system. If the polls are accurate, the pitch seems to be working. But even putting aside the legitimate issues here, his eagerness to take credit for whatever worked and sidestep blame for whatever didn't, the fact that, as any economics freshman can tell you, there's a world of difference between managing a country's monetary policy and its fiscal policy. Carney's time as a central banker is only one part of his resume. His work in the private sector is just as illuminating. And far from the devoted public servant depicted in his campaign biography, this career reveals a cynical operator, at home in some of the darkest corners of 21st century capitalism. Carney's time with Brookfield Corporation has come under close scrutiny. Brookfield is hardly a household name, but with more than $1 trillion in assets, it's one of the world's biggest investment firms, and one of Canada's largest publicly traded companies. It has stakes or controlling interests in a jaw-dropping range of properties and industries. Iconic real estate developments like Canary Wharf in London and Manhattan West in New York's Hudson Yards, casinos, lotteries, and sports betting companies, insurance, infrastructure, and mining concerns, and too many others to detail here. Early in the campaign, the Conservatives tried to make a meal out of Brookfield's decision last year to shift the headquarters of its asset management arm from Toronto to New York. At the time, Carney was board chair. The move was a strategic play to access more American stock exchanges, standard for any asset manager tasked with growing capital for clients like endowments and sovereign wealth funds. In truth, it was the least of Brookfield's sins and the least of Carney's. No jobs were reallocated or lost, but he didn't do himself any favors by initially lying about his involvement. A far more serious concern is the company's long and well-documented history of tax avoidance. As the New Democratic Party has highlighted, between 2021 and 2024, when Carney was there, Brookfield made $23.3 billion. Since Canada's corporate tax rate is around 26%, the company should have paid $6.1 billion in taxes. But using a variety of loopholes, including offshore tax havens, the company paid only about $2 billion US, meaning that Canada lost out on nearly $4.1 billion in revenue. Brookfield Asset Management under Carney's chairmanship made $1 billion in profit and paid nothing. Meanwhile, a 2023 report from the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research described Brookfield as Canada's top tax dodger. CICTAR documented a range of shady dealings from as far afield as Colombia, where Brookfield bought a state-owned electric company and massively increased costs to consumers, and Australia, where, contra Carney's purported dedication to public health care, Brookfield owns one of the largest and most troubled private hospital operators. Brookfield manages all those subsidiaries and dodges all those taxes via a network of shell companies registered in a variety of havens, including Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, and Panama. The company's structure is bafflingly opaque, with industry analysts raising repeated questions about its deceptive accounting practices, including its habit of buying and selling assets between its various divisions. It's true, of course, that most of Brookfield's tax avoidance is probably lawful. But as the CICTAR report says, aggressive tax avoidance, whether legal or not, deprives governments of revenue desperately needed to fund essential public services, including health, education, and sanitation. Not a good look for a supposed public servant like Carney. You see how even like on the left, we're still maintaining this like ridiculous, like bring in revenues, like tax and spend, right? It's all tax and spend when it's like, it's just not how it works. We're just like not funding things because we don't want to, because we want to privatize them, right? We want them to not work so that we can privatize them. Yeah. It's just annoying that we have this like worldview that is so entrenched in our thinking. It's completely unchallenged. That even the people who are criticizing the system are like, yeah, you tax, bring in revenue. Like, do you know why you actually tax away the wealth of billionaires? Because billionaires are harmful to the society. That's the reason you tax away billionaires. You don't tax away billionaires to get revenue streams. You tax away billionaires because billionaires are harmful. They cause problems, right? Like you don't incarcerate a murderer to get a murderer revenue. You incarcerate a murderer to prevent a murderer from existing in your society. Like that's the point. And we don't want kings. We don't want kings. We don't want rulers, right? We don't want a centralized power structure. That's the reason why you tax wealth away from the wealthy, is to get rid of these little tiny princes and kings who are obviously narcissistic psychopaths. That's the reason you do it. It's true that a board chair is not the same thing as a CEO, but that wasn't Carney's only role. He personally oversaw much of the company's renewable energy investment portfolio, with at least 2 of Brookfield's pension funds registered in Bermuda at an on-paper address that hosts dozens of other entities. The 3-story building, whose address is, appropriately enough, on Front Street, houses a local bike shop on the first floor. That's pretty funny. They've put a front on a Front Street. Like, it's just like a mafia economy, right? Another fund launched under Carney, along with more than a dozen other Brookfield-linked businesses, is registered at an infamous Cayman Island address called Ugland House. It's home to some 18,000 corporate entities and a place former U.S. President Barack Obama once said must be either the largest building in the world or the largest tax scam in the world. Carney and Brookfield often point out that one of its chief focuses is green energy. But many of the most serious accusations against the company stem from those very projects. Plus, in several cases, Brookfield has privatized renewable energy developments that were once publicly owned. A recent CBC report outlined a litany of allegations against Brookfield, all during Carney's time at the company, from indigenous communities around the world, mainly over its holdings in hydroelectric dams. Global Witness, a respected non-governmental organization, has accused Brookfield and its subsidiaries of shocking crimes in Brazil, including wide-scale deforestation and the use of slave labor. Big shock. Slavers using slave labor. Who could have seen it? In Ontario, the Mississauga First Nation is currently suing both the province and Brookfield over the environmental impacts of 4 dams owned by the company. In Maine, conservationist groups launched a similar suit. And in Colombia, a blockbuster 2023 report by more than 50 NGOs accused the company of a myriad human rights and environmental abuses. Carney has long presented himself as a champion of the environment and a citizen of the world. His career at Brookfield suggests he's anything but. Then there's the issue of how Brookfield actually makes money. The company is the very definition of a rent seeker, a term that refers to a market actor that reaps profit without engaging in productive activity. For one, Brookfield manages $271 billion in real estate assets, including substantial residential holdings, making it a massive and highly profitable corporate landlord and developer at a time when Canada and most of the world is in the midst of a housing crisis. Do you think Carney's going to build all those properties for Brookfield to buy? No, he wouldn't do that. Another one of Brookfield's areas of operation is credit, particularly distressed securities, the purchase of debt in the hope of profiting off of the debtor's reorganization or liquidation. Trading in distressed securities, to put it plainly, means taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. There's a reason why entities that specialize in this field are called vulture funds. On that subject, perhaps worst of all is that Brookfield is one of the world's largest private equity firms, making it the corporate equivalent of a house flipper. Indeed, the company makes nearly 2/3 of its revenue from private equity, an infamously vampiric sector that involves targeting vulnerable companies for takeover, stripping them for parts, eliminating as many jobs as possible, and selling off the pieces to the highest bidder. Private equity firms typically promise investors sky-high returns, but studies indicate that they don't even outperform the stock market. The profits they earn mostly come from management fees. As the conservative American economist Orrin Koss has written, the industry fails on its own terms to deliver results for investors and fails in its broader obligation to create value for society. Right, because the point is to increase suffering. That's the point. It's not to add value to the society, it's to remove value from the society. Like, terror is a PR idea. We want to terrorize people. Terrorized people do what we say. Carney likes to jibe accurately that his conservative opponent Pierre Poilievre, as a career politician, has never worked a real job or had to make a payroll. But it's worth asking how many livelihoods Brookfield destroyed during Carney's time at the company. I do care about the economy, Carney said on March 9th when he declared victory in the leadership Liberal race. Not because I am an economist, it's because I care about people. Are all of Brookfield's sins his personal doing? Of course not. But his background in banking and finance is the core of his pitch to Canadian voters. He has invited examination of his life and work, and what emerges is a man devoted to the pursuit of wealth and the maximization of profit. Although Canadian politicians are not legally required to disclose their finances, Carney is almost certainly a multimillionaire, thanks to his time at Brookfield and a 13-year stint at, of all places, Goldman Sachs, one of the ugliest faces of the financial crisis. In the wake of Trump's trade war and the world's roiling economic uncertainty, it makes sense that Canadian voters are looking to a man like Carney for leadership. But just whose interest does a man like Carney have at heart? I really wish that they would actually delve into what I've been talking about on this, which is that this is only going to result in a further crisis of capitalism. Like, Mark Carney is going to build a bunch of houses for Brookfield, right? Brookfield is going to buy them and then turn us all into renters. They're going to jack the rent on us. They're going to continue jacking prices. They're going to continue siphoning away as much wealth as they possibly can. And in 4 years' time, we're all going to be worse off. And we're all going to be looking around being like, oh, well, where can we go to try to defeat these liberals? And there's going to be these conservatives, and they're going to be even more psychotic. They're going to be even more psychopathic. They're not going to be more compassionate. They're not going to be talking about how to help people. They're going to have doubled down on fascism. And people will be so fed up with these liberals that they'll probably swing in that direction, even after seeing what's going on with Trump. And the big story of this election, the biggest story of this election, is that the NDP are essentially being destroyed. The NDP might lose party status in this election. The NDP, of course, are the pretend leftists that exist within our system. They gave up on being a leftist party well before Jagmeet Singh, like in the Jack Layton years. So basically on the lead up to Justin Trudeau's election, that's when the NDP essentially give up on being a leftist party. And certainly a working class party. And they basically turn into controlled dissent. And because they've essentially been operating as a liberal party for like decades now, they're finally being decimated, as they should be decimated. I think that the NDP, if it wants to continue existing, needs to actually recalibrate itself and find justification for its existence. Because if your whole plea to Canadians is vote for me, I'll do exactly what the liberals do, we don't need two liberal parties. Not interested. And like you see the desperation coming out of the NDP now on the lead up to the election, because they keep throwing out ideas that are good ideas. They're like things that I'm like, yeah, that would be great if we had that. It'd be super, super cool if we actually had that. Right? But they're obviously just throwing it out there because they're desperate, right? And they actually have no intention on moving on any of that. So there is no counterbalance any longer in Canada. Like that, there's no counterbalance on the left. The conservatives are fascists, and the guy that's in power now is basically just going to continue these policies of neoliberal trickle-down economics that have failed already. And so the question becomes, when does the populace actually realize it? And then what does the population do once they realize it? Like once they see that they've been hoodwinked yet again. That, oh, hey, we elected an economist, so he should be able to get the economy back on track. Nope. What we are currently experiencing is the economy on track, right? According to the edicts and dictates of a religious ideology, neoliberal economics. And Mark Carney is not coming to save us. He's not going to help us. And yet we're handing him a majority government. Like that's the power of fear. Like that's why the system wants to terrorize us constantly. Because terrorized people will accept unjust systems if those unjust systems promise stability. And that's what this election is all about. Right? That the conservatives look like they bring instability, even though their critiques of the liberals' injustice are accurate. But the liberals are at least stable. Like we know what they're going to do. We've seen it. We're watching it happen. It's going to continue happening. But at least we know what it is. and that we don't need to suddenly also start worrying about people getting deported. We don't also need to start worrying about my mom being taken off Social Security. Like, sure, it's unjust, but it's not. I'm not watching people get thrown out of their jobs or thrown into the street. Although that's definitely going to start happening because this whole economic situation is a complete and total disaster for everyone. And my absolute favorite is that as the tech bros continue to destroy the country, this story, dude, I've got a. This story is like cartoonishly hilarious. This story is like cartoonishly funny to me. Christian Theobros are building a tech utopia in Appalachia. Like, that's a real headline. This is a real thing. A couple of years ago, Andrew Isker, a pastor and father of 6, made a big decision. He would move his family away from Minnesota, where 6 generations of his ancestors had lived before him, to a rural community in Tennessee. Leaving his home state wasn't easy, he told Tucker Carlson on Carlson's YouTube show in March. But he had no choice. The progressive excesses of Governor Tim Walz simply had become too much to bear. Isker was especially concerned about his autistic son, who had attended a program at a local public school. They could be putting him in a dress and calling him a girl name, and I would have no idea, said Isker. This man is deeply rational. Echoing an unfounded claim that President Trump made during a September debate with Kamala Harris. And when I find out and I oppose it, boom, Child Protective Services comes and takes him out of our custody and he's gone forever. Bro. So like right away, this guy's a lunatic. Like right away, this guy's just an unhinged, manic, crazed lunatic. The school system is putting my autistic son in dresses and I know it even though I haven't seen it. They could be doing it. It's totally what they're doing, even though it's not happening. And if I stand up and complain about it when they do the thing that they're not doing, then I lose my son. I lose my boy. Like, deeply irrational, deeply unhinged. Should not have control of any institution, right? Like, should not have control of any society, right? Yep. Bought right into the Trumpist fear-mongering, yep. Like, literally, like, bro, calm down. Like, just like, whoa, time out, my man. Chill out. So, this is his big concern, is that the education system is going to put his son in a dress, and if he complains about it, his kid will be stolen from him. Oh yeah, RFK is going to do so much worse. Oh sure, I've got a thing up here for RFK. We could talk about later. But yeah, he's making like an autism. Yeah, RFK has announced a new disease registry that will track Americans with autism. Is there historical precedent for governments that begin tracking people who have diseases or disabilities? Was there ever a group of people that ever did exactly that thing? Oh well, guess we'll never know. So Isker decided to move to rural Appalachia, choosing that particular location to help launch a new community near the small town of Gainesboro, Tennessee, in the central northern part of the state. Isker's new neighborhood sounds idyllic, with bucolic pastures, waterways teeming with over 140 species of fish, including some of the country's premier trout fishing, rolling hills, thick hardwood forests, and abundant wildlife, according to the real estate website. There were reasons other than just its natural beauty that this area was appealing. The community that Isker is helping to build in Tennessee is part of the Highland Rim Project, an initiative from a Christian venture capital firm called New Founding. The company seeks to build neighborhoods with Christian values in rural America. Thick communities that are conducive to a natural, human, and uniquely American way of life. Places where your neighbors are people who seek a self-determinative lifestyle and a return to a more natural human way of living for themselves and their families. Yeah, natural, right? So you just buy a slave. Dude, I love that all these cults are showing up. I feel like that's what I really want to start hyper-focusing on this channel. Is like, where are the cults? The cults are coming. We know the cults are showing up. Where are they? Who are they? Right? Like, the gun nut cults are happening. We all know. So I'm just like getting excited to see all the cults. Because I think that's where the real, like, entertainment is going to be. Like, that's where the real pay dirt is going to be, where we're just going to be like, oh, these guys are lunatics. Okay. Small advantages, good to see you. Things like that have an impact on parents that get pulled to the right. They want to make my son gay in school? Like, chances are good your son's just gay, dude. Like, that's all. You have a gay son. That's it. Canadian Snow Leopard says, the T4 thing has me double taking because disabled people get a T4 to file their income taxes. I don't think I understand your comment, Canadian Snow Leopard, but I'm with you. Small Advantages continues, my parents will be very left when you talk about workers' rights, wages, but as soon as you bring customs and morals, they get conservative. I believe this is common. The right wing knows this. I don't think the right wing knows anything. I think that they're mainly reactionary. Like, if they knew things, they wouldn't be the way that they are. It is just natural and normal for people to be fearful. That's all. Like, it's just a normal reactive thing for a person who is not gay to think that that is weird. That's it. And so what it is it's like it's a form of institutionalized childishness, and this institutionalized childishness has allowed all the children who don't grow up in our society, and you have like 70-year-old children, right? Like they view sexuality as a child would. They're non-rational. Right? It's not that they're unintelligent. It's just that on these particular issues, they are non-rational. They don't think about it. That it's just their feels, right? Small Advantages, probably religion takes a good part of this. I'm trying to make it so much worse. You understand? Like the narrative that you're putting forward. Like I'm. Like, my theory of what's going on in this regard is so much worse, my man. Like, so much worse. Like, that it isn't it isn't an oppressive organization, like coming down that's like, then we'll manipulate them and we'll tell them that being gay is bad and then they'll vote for us and ha ha ha. Like they're like little kids. Right? Like, gay people are icky. Like, and maybe they use more flowery language, and maybe they found a way to, because they've said gay people are icky, and people give them like a weird look, right? And so they understand that saying it so flatly is unacceptable, and so they've got to kind of maneuver around it, because the problem can't be me, right? The problem can't be me. It can't be me that's the problem. Right? I'm perfect, right? I'm the author of my own fate. I don't need to actually do self-analysis, right? I don't need to actually look out into the world and ask myself if I'm the thing that needs to worry. No, it's the children who are wrong, right? And there's just a lot of them, right? They've organized with one another, and you have a power structure that requires support in order to gain power for itself. And so they just go, yeah, gay people, eh? And there's enough people who are like, yeah, gay people. Right? You see it with the trans issue across America. Like, literally Donald Trump is just like in a speech, one of his rambling, long, crazy speeches. And then he just says, and I'm just going to make sure we get trans people out of sports. And then everybody stands up and claps. Like standing ovations for the statement, going to get trans people out of sports. And we have footage of Donald Trump going, wow, that's a big issue, eh? People really like that. You know, I say that, people really clap. Wow. And so it creates this like feedback loop where grifters who need people's support and who need money are just saying back to the children that they're not trying to educate them. They're not trying to say, okay, you obviously have a childish worldview. JR, good to see you. You're goddamn right I'm looking good, JR. Just for you, bud. Oh. Good to see you, my man. And I think what I'm driving towards when I'm saying this, right, small advantages, is that it's so much worse than people being duped into an organization that the feelings that they have are actually innate and within humanity, and they exist within humanity in the same way that like a child, like a small boy thinks girls are icky, right? And girls think boys are gross, right? Well, you grow up, right? In the same way that a child thinks a parent is a god. Okay, whether you grow up, right? And you figure it out. Well, I hate to break it to you, kids and teenagers think gay people, like they use gay as a derogatory term, right? Even today, like Shane Gillis, a fairly popular comedian, will just be like, that's gay, right? So, and it's a childish position to hold, but it's a position that children do hold. And so you have this feedback loop, right? You have this feedback loop that this childish thing that the children of our society who refuse to grow up, so you end up with like fully grown children, hold. We can grab that, say it back to them, and then they'll vote for us. Like, so it isn't like an institution is trying to enforce it on people. It's far worse. It's just that the institution is saying to those people the thing they want to hear. And the thing they want to hear is that gay people are gross. Like, that's just what it is. And because of the nature of the system of capital, because the problem is always the system of capital, there's nobody who is at all incentivized to stand up and say, hey, thinking that being gay is wrong is childish. And so the only people who actually say it are the gay people themselves, right? And their allies. But there's no like institutional support for it, which is why I think that the LGBTQ movement throughout the United States is actually going to see itself in a great deal of peril, because they don't have institutional power and they don't have institutional support. That it's just the gay people themselves that are just being like, hey, was like born gay and like it's totally fine. Like I'm attracted to other men and I'm gonna go have sex with other men, and then we have a great time together as men. Like, what's the problem here? And all they get back is just, it's unnatural. It's unnatural? What are you talking about? Peanut Butter Beatrice. Oh, rats, I'm late. What I missed? You missed everything, Peanut Butter Beatrice. That's it. No, I'm closing the stream down right now that you're here. And so to put a little cap on this, because I feel like I'm having one of those situations where I feel like I'm circling it, but I'm not like hitting it. The issue is that children be children, and we don't have any institution to be like, okay, kids, time to grow up. And in fact, the institutions that exist throughout the system of capital exist to maintain people's childishness, because all they have to do is say, yeah, trans people, right? And those people will vote for you. So it's just this harrowing, horrible feedback loop that doesn't actually start with the institutions. It starts with the people, but the institutions are incentivized to keep it that way. It's shitty. It's as shitty as it gets. And it's going to be really, really horrible. I did watch some Peterson. He seems to lean more gay-made than gay-born. Yeah, because he's an idiot, right? Like, this is something that I really turned the corner with Peterson on a long time ago. He's a very stupid man. Like, he just cosplays as an intellectual, right? So this that I've put up on front of the screen, right, is pretty... It's like the biggest self-report I've ever seen anybody do of themselves, right? 10 markers of political psychopathology. All right, doctor. A, self-positioning at the extreme edge of group or ideological identity. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like somebody we know? B, repeated public claims of ideological or religious identity or purity to garner attention and increase social rank. That sounds like somebody we know, doesn't it? C, pattern of repeated public protest. Golly, that just sounds like somebody we know, right? D, false cries of victimization. E, aggressive calls for reparation or vengeance. F, absence of remorse, guilt, or empathy. G, dramatic theatrical behavior and extreme emotional variability. H, reputation savaging, social exclusion, and mobbing, particularly when anonymous. I, extreme entitlement and self-aggrandizement. Remember that time when Peterson was asked if he was a prophet and he really paused and thought about it? J, heightened instability in and fragility of interpersonal and social relationships. This is like the biggest self-report I've ever seen in my life, right? Yeah. Favorite niche subreddit, arrested Canada Bill C-16. No one has been arrested yet. One of my favorite clips surrounding Bill C-16 is that one of these Jordan Peterson hacks finally found his way into getting into a conversation. Bisky, how you doing, my man? Why are you losing your whole mind, my man? This guy actually got into a conversation with the Senate, the Canadian Senate. And he asked them directly, is it possible for the government to arrest somebody because of Bill C-16? And they just looked at him and said no. And it was just like literally his whole trajectory of like hyping this up just got shut down by the Senate. And they were just like, nope. And it was like, well, can you expand on that? And they're like, no. And that was it. Like, that was just like totally it. Jordan Peterson has a fatal, crucial, fundamental flaw in his thinking that is the reason why he is in constant turmoil. He believes in the sacredness of the individual. I call him a hyper-individualist, that he believes that every person is the author of their own fate, that the primary variable for why a person is or is not successful is themselves, and there's no other thing to blame. This means that if you are failing, it's your fault, and if you're succeeding, it's also your fault. And he is a hyper-individualist in this way, and it's what he talks about when he talks about hierarchy. It's what he talks about when he talks about the social sciences at all. He's a hyper-individualist. He also believes in an all-powerful creator. Right? So God, right? He believes in that. Well, this makes it a contradiction, right? That you either believe that you yourself are personally sacred or that the environment you live in is personally sacred, and that one takes precedent over the other. But his worldview means that he has to place the individual at least the same level as God. And this creates a lot of turmoil for him, because the truth of the nature of reality is that if reality wants to destroy you, it will. Just will. Like, it's just going to wipe you away. And it's not going to do so with any kind of, like, take that. There's not going to be any kind of, like, it'll literally, just by the passing of its hand, destroy your entire life, and it won't know that it has done it. It just will have happened, right? That your full-scale destruction is just a byproduct of God sneezing. Like, it's just, and this is completely possible, perfectly reasonable to see that, like, we can observe this happening, right? There's a whole theological tract of why do bad things happen to good people, right? Well, why would we say that unless bad things happen to good people? And Peterson can't square the circle. He can't square the circle, and so it causes him nothing but problems. This is the central flaw in his reasoning. He wants to believe that he's more powerful than God, but he's not. Bisky writes, "Yep, you just graduated. You can't find a job. We need 5 years experience. Yeah, welcome. How am I supposed to get experience when I can't even get into entry-level positions because they want years of experience? Yep. Well, welcome. Welcome to it. We've been dealing with it for decades, man. Like, welcome. Welcome to the millennial story. Right? Now it's happening to you. Like, and it's actually worse for you, Bisky, because what is happening in the economy today, what's happening in the job search market today, is that businesses are just putting forward false searches. Like, they don't actually need to hire, but they're just putting out that they are hiring because they want to look like they have activity going on, right? They don't want to actually signal out to the society that it's like, yeah, we're actually laying people off. And, like, amidst this tariff war that the Trump administration is inflicting on everybody, it's really shaken everybody. And so people are not hiring right now. Like, I know people who have been looking for a job for a year, and then finally they're just like, yeah, I'm just working, like, part-time with a friend who is like a chef and just needed somebody to do prep work with them, you know, like that kind of thing. And it's going to become very, very common. It's going to become very, very common. Bisky writes, I'm so sad. I actually have a mental breakdown every day. I feel so hopeless. My advice to everyone is to give up on the system of capital. Stop looking for hope in hopelessness, right? Like, that feeling of hopelessness that you're having is coming from a place because expectation is not meeting up with your reality. Your expectation was that you were going to be trained and then you were going to get a job. And welcome to the failed neoliberal economy, right? You're not going to get that job. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get a job in your field. It's far more likely that people get a job outside their field than inside of it. And my suggestion to you is stop setting your expectations. Stop trying to find hope in hopelessness. Find hope in other things. Bisky writes, no offense, I need a job to make money. You know, yeah, that's the wage slave system that we're in, right? You and I are wage slaves. We don't own anything, and we have to sell ourselves into slavery, yeah, to get access to food and shelter that's not provided for us. That's the system. How am I supposed to get a house and move away from my parents? Yeah, it's a major, major crisis that we're all in. Like, it's a major, major crisis. And at this stage in the game, like, the entire system that you live in is completely corrupted. Completely corrupted. There isn't a single individual in any position of power anywhere that is interested in you getting a house and moving out of your parents' house. There isn't a single politician. There isn't a single institutionalist, a bureaucrat anywhere that gives two fucks or cares even a tiny little bit about you getting a job and getting a house and moving out of your parents' basement. That's why we need to be focusing on full-scale revolution. We should not be focusing our energy into the dead-end pursuits of electoral politics, because electoral politics has been bought and corrupted by corporatists who make money keeping you poor. Like, we are experiencing full systemic collapse. And the faster you come around to that, the faster you're going to become useful to moving the society forward again. Bisky says, not trying to get deep or anything. My parents aren't really the best, sort of toxic. Look, a kid who thinks his parents are shit. I'm so shocked. So it's either I live with toxicity or I live on the streets. It's a lose-lose situation that I didn't choose. Do you know why I feel so hopeless now? Yeah, I'm not trying to downplay the situation you're in, Bisky. Like, I'm really not. It's become so common, right? I think the thing that I'm really trying to remind you is that you're not alone in this. Most people are experiencing what you are experiencing. You are in the majority. This is not a small issue. This is not a little thing. The system of capital is doing everything they can to make you feel as though you're isolated, to make you feel as though you are alone in this and that it's your fault and that it's up to you to solve this issue, right? This sort of hyper-individualist worldview that says you have to get the job and you have to do it. Don't do any systemic analysis whatsoever. Don't pay any attention to what your institutions are doing. Don't pay any attention to that at all. It's up to you. Grind set, hustle, right? Manosphere. Bisky says it's common for people to have toxic parents. I think it's common for kids to want to get away from their parents. I think that's what's common. Like, your opinion of your parents' toxicity is, yes, I think that's a fairly common thing for kids to have. And Bisky says, okay, but this is not good for my mental health. Yeah, no offense, I'm about to reach my breaking point. Yeah. You and everyone else, my man. Like, I think that you should start reaching out to your neighbors, start reaching out to your friends, start really listening to everyone else's stories, start organizing, start taking seriously the reality that you and people like you are being abandoned. Like, you're being abandoned. And I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm out of time for this. Like, I don't have time to sugarcoat any of this stuff anymore. Your federal government, your state government, your municipal government, your court system, your police have abandoned you. You have been abandoned. That is the situation that we are in. There's no time to hope that it won't be the case. There's no time to hope that suddenly the system will find Jesus and come back into full awareness, right? You have been abandoned, therefore start swimming, right? Like, start swimming, and don't start swimming towards the ship that threw you overboard and that's barreling itself at a rocket's pace away from you. Start swimming for land. Start swimming for any structure you can find. Right? Yeah, Biscuit, no offense, but my parents still think I can get a job and that I'm not trying hard enough and I'm lazy. So they're delusional, right? Like, it's pretty classic conservative fare. Like, you can get a job that doesn't exist even though we're completely destroying the job market. Like, no. That's not real. Like, for real. It's just not real. Like, it's just delusional. Oh, your parents are MAGA. So your parents are Nazis. So maybe lead with that, right? Like that's not toxic. Like, that's a whole other level, my man. Like, the MAGA people at this point are Nazis, and there's just no other way to describe them. Like, they could stop being Nazis at any moment. They're choosing Nazism. So how do I deal with being abandoned? How do I find hope? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I suspect not. Right? Like you're a young person just coming out of school. You're starting to see the reality of what's in front of you, right? You're starting to see that the education system was kind of blowing smoke up your ass. You're starting to see that the institutions in your society were blowing smoke up your ass. You're starting to see that the figures who were pumping you up are frauds and liars, right? Like at this point in the situation that you're at, it's about finding community. It's about finding the people around you who are also experiencing what you are experiencing. That's what it's about. It isn't about buying back into the system that abandoned you. It's not about selling yourself to capitalists the most effectively, even though you do need a job. Like, we need money. That's the structure of the system. We're wage slaves. But fundamentally, where the center of hope lives, where you are going to find your feet and you're going to be able to successfully move forward as a happy person, or as a person who has contentment in their life, is by finding the people around you who think the way you do and who see the world the way you do. That is your mission. That is what you are supposed to be doing. And if you can't find an organization or a group that is doing it, then that's you. You're the one doing it. That what we are doing and what leftists are doing and what communists are doing right now is building lighthouses. That a heavy fog is coming down on the society, a heavy fog, and that it's up to us to be the lighthouses in the fog, to shine that light out into the land so that people can find leftist views amidst the fog. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Yeah, at this point, I think the only job that will sustain this economy is being an influencer. No cap. I'm a be Mr. Beast now. Yeah. The influencer economy. We won't make anything or create anything or design anything or invent anything. We'll all literally just entertain each other. And that's the economy that we're going to build. The attention economy, right? Like, it's so pathetic. Like we're just yeah. Going back to Jordan Peterson, he was on Rogan this week saying how awful Andrew Tate is, as if him and Tate don't align on 90% of opinions in the same audience. He thinks so highly of himself. One thing that I think is, like, it's important to remember that these guys are not that intelligent. Like, we want to ascribe to Peterson a kind of grifting that I don't think he has. Like, I don't act like, I just think he's a fraud. Right? I don't think he's a grifter or a con man. I just think that he's wrong. And he believes in what he says. But you can see what's going on with Peterson, with Donald Trump. Like, I think that he actually has, and a lot of these guys, I think, are seeing what's going on now and have regrets and are going on like an apology tour, right? Especially like the comedians, the Joe Rogans of the world, are beginning to see that, like, oh fuck, this Donald Trump thing that we all went down, this manosphere shit where we all went men, and then ran into the arms of Donald Trump, is backfiring. And it's backfiring in a big way. And I think Peterson is in that group. Like, these guys are Nazi collaborators. Like, that's who they are. And I think that they all fit into the useful idiots category. Right? So we're watching in real time these guys kind of come to terms with what they did and who they are. Peanut Butter Beatrice says, right, you control all variables by manifesting, I suppose. Yeah, so wizardry, right? Like, imagine believing in an all-powerful God that just doesn't do anything. Like, it's just sort of weird. Yeah, if you're starving, it's your fault, exactly. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, was reading that being put into a long-term medically induced coma has a high chance of causing cognitive decline. Well, and he was also diagnosed as schizophrenic. Like, I mean, there's that. Bisky writes, it's not fair, though. Why me? Why did this have to happen when I was supposed to get a job? Why did I lose my high school to COVID? Yeah, it's pathetic, but what should I aspire to be? Here's a great truth, Bisky. A great and deep truth that capitalists do not want you to realize. You are, in fact, the expert of your own life. That the question, what should I do, can only be answered by you. That if you don't know what it is you want to pursue, or what it is you want to do, or where you want to focus, or where you want to put your energy, if you have a question mark looming over that, then you need to shut off all the electronics, shut off the lights, sit in a dark room, and do some self-exploration. Look into your heart, look into yourself, and come up with that answer. Because when it comes to the questions that you're asking, when it comes to those questions, what you're asking, literally only you can answer it. And if the answer is that you want to be Mr. Beast, if that's what you come up with, off you go then. Off you go. Because here's the hard truth, okay? When you say, what else should I aspire to be? When you ask that question, you are not asking for advice. You are asking for permission. That's what you're doing. Stop asking for permission. Stop asking people, what should I do? Because nobody knows. Like, especially when it comes to your life. That all you're going to get is people telling you what they want you to be. Right? That's what you're going to get. Like, your parents want you to become, let's say, a doctor because that makes them look good. And that makes them feel better about how they have done things in the world. But it doesn't mean a thing to you. It doesn't matter at all. That you are the expert of your own life. Like, you need to make money to survive. What am I supposed to do? Drive a delivery truck. Like, welcome to it, man. Like, my mom said the most brilliant thing to me one time, and I've really adopted it into my philosophy of life. If you can have a good time having a bad time, you're going to do great. You're going to have a really nice time while you're here. But never forget, like, this is temporary. This is just a ride that we're on. Don't get too caught up in what's going to happen or what is happening later on down the road or any of that. Live your life. Exist in the world that you are in now. And stop putting mental energy into your institutions that have already abandoned you. Do what you like. Enjoy your life. Do what you like. And just expect that you're going to be poor. Try not to be, right? But most people are poor. Like, most people don't have wealth. Most people live paycheck to paycheck. That's how most of us exist in the world. And you're one of them now. And there's, to me, the angst that you're feeling is just the kind of glistening realization. It's just that you're having a moment of clarity in this moment where all of the expectations or the aspirations or the dreams or whatever has been put on your shoulders is now falling down. Here, you know what? I'm going to sing a song. I wrote this song recently. I played it once on stream and it wasn't well received, but then I played it live and it was well received, so I think I'm going to keep it. Here, hold on. Another day with your head upon the pillowcase. You cry your tears for the loss of the whole human race. You try so hard to get the life they promised you. You played Monopoly and now the rent is due. And it all came crashing down. Yeah, it all comes crashing down. Yeah. The siren ringing just became part of the show. The flashing lights, they blind the way we're meant to go. And dollar bills don't matter even when stacked high. The men who run this place had Jesus crucified. And it all comes crashing down. Yeah, it all comes crashing down. Yeah. And in our darkest hour, I'll be there with you. We'll take each other's hands no matter what they do. We'll hold each other strong in heartbreak and in pain. This place will burn to ash and we will rise again. And it all comes crashing down. Yeah, it all came crashing down. And it all comes crashing down. And it all came crashing down. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it was a great game. That's a great song. That's a great song. Makes me feel good to play it. Cuz I feel like with that song I've hit on something. I've hit on my personal feelings about my experience in this reality that it's all a scam now. There's nobody who's interested in trying to help you. And so just find people around you who, actually give a shit. There's not that many of them. And when you find them, treasure them. Yeah, of course, Bisky. Of course you're sad. No, I'm not offended. It's a sad moment. You're in grief. You are 22, 23, right? I'm 42. I've been at this a little bit longer than you, right? 21. Great. I'm literally twice your age. I'm you again. Everything you've experienced, now double it. It takes a minute. But here's the thing, Bisky, and here's the thing. Here's the big. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, bud. When I was your age, I had literally no one to say to me, "Hey, you know how you feel about the society that you're in? You're right." Like, I could find, like, scraps of videos and some books written by people like Chris Hedges or Noam Chomsky. Death of the Liberal Class was a very relieving book. Reading Chris Hedges' Death of the Liberal Class really was like, oh, okay. Someone else sees things the way I see them. And so but those voices are few and far between. When I was your age, I had literally no streamer, certainly, and everyone around me was just in this, get a job. Just get a job. Everything's fine. Get a job. What are you talking about? Get a job. What are you talking about? Rising fascism, dude. Obama's in office, right? And so my hope is that by doing this very thing that I'm currently doing, I can help expedite the process for people like you. That you are in the moment of grief. You are grieving. You're not only grieving for the society that you're in and the circumstances that you're in, you're grieving for the death of the man you thought you'd be, or the person you thought you'd be. You had hopes and aspirations and dreams, and you see that that's failing and that is not going to happen. And so you're in grief for the vision of who you thought you would be. And so my goal in doing this is to help people like you expedite, get to acceptance as fast as you can. That the process of grief, right? The grieving process starts with denial. There isn't a problem, right? It's a you problem. Just go get a job, right? Denial. And then you get into bargaining, anger, depression, acceptance. And it doesn't happen in that order, right? But those are the flags of grief. Like, you can have a moment of great anger, then you can go back to bargaining, then you can go to depression, and then you can go back to denial. I've seen people do that. I've seen people go, like, through the whole process and then go back to denial again. Which, that's always wild. And like, my advice to you is to get through... Yeah, oh yeah. Bisky writes, I'm sleeping way too much. I don't want to deal with reality. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. When I was your age, I was sleeping most of the time. Right? I was sleeping most of the time. It took me a long time to get through that. It took me a long time to be able to see the force of depression in my life and to be able to manage it and mitigate it. And to finally be able to like, I'm to the point now where I can pick off if I'm in a state of depression pretty fast. Like, the worst part about depression is that you can begin to exist in a state of depression and not understand that you're in a state of depression. That's the worst part about depression. That this becomes your new normal. Depression becomes normalized. You just sort of hum at that level, at that frequency, and you don't even know it. That's the worst part. I have had experiences in my life where my depression has broken, just suddenly breaks, and I suddenly had a realization of, like, oh fuck, I've been in this state of depression for months, just months of time, and I look back over that period of time and I'm like, oh man, yeah, it explains why this. And the real trick, like, and I talk about it for myself and I talk about it for all of you, and I hope that we're all doing it, is that we have to do self-analysis, and we have to look inward and have faith and trust in our internal selves. You are the expert of your life. You're not the author of your fate, but you are the expert of your life. Nobody knows more about your life than you do. Period. Full stop. That is a truism. That's a non-negotiable. There's nobody that gets to walk up to you and tell you that they know more about you than you do. They are probably trying to sell you something. Bisky, you keep saying no offense. I don't think I'm going to be offended by you. Yeah, I didn't realize I was experiencing depersonalization until I didn't feel it anymore and actually felt like a human being. Yeah, that's the alienation of capital, right? That capital tries to turn you into a commodity. The entire school system is designed to do that. It's what Karl Marx called alienation. And you are just now getting out of these institutions, and so they don't have the ability to reinforce their training anymore, to depersonalize you, as the language you use, right? And so now you're in kind of like this really wonderful place, I think, which is that now you get to kind of ask yourself, who am I? What do I want to do? I'm no longer saddled by this ridiculous indoctrination system. I don't have to waste my time on that anymore. What do you want to do? Who are you? What stories do you want to tell about yourself? I think that you're in a real brilliant moment, in fact, where it's not about it's not about the Petersonian hyper-individualistic idea of taking responsibility for yourself. Because that view is a capitalist view, right? You have to take responsibility yourself to become a taxpayer, right? That kind of thing. But it is about honoring your existence and honoring yourself. That you exist. You are here. You are a person. You live in the world. You don't know what's going on. Congratulations, no one does. That's fine. But in the fleeting, flickering moment that you have here, you should spend as much time as you possibly can doing the things that you enjoy, and not really caring too much about what other people think, especially if those other people are fascists or Nazis. That you exist supported by a power that is greater than anything any human being could ever manifest. And your existence is an act of divine will in the world, and you should acknowledge that. You should respect it, and you should love yourself for it. And I can acknowledge that, yeah, maybe my life didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, but I don't think that matters even a little bit. That I don't pay honor to failed systems that are abandoning me. I pay honor to the system of life that generated me in the first place. And I think that's the mindset that we need to embrace as people on the left. That we are here to do something greater than make money for people we've never met. And Bisky writes, I'm starting to think no one cares about me. I care about you, Bisky. I do. It's look, it's a tough situation we're finding ourselves in. Right? We are at the apex of the decline. That Western civilization is in decline, and it's for those of us who have been paying attention, it's been clear for a long time. But now it's become obvious to everyone. And the power structure is doing everything it can to reassert its credibility, and it can't. And that's what's happening. And it wants you to be isolated, and it wants you to be alone, because the longer you're isolated and the longer you're alone, the more power it has over you. As long as you have to rely on it, then it can dictate the terms. But it's always going to betray you because that's the structure of it. Bisky writes, I do like playing with my younger cousins. We make up games. It makes me happy. Fantastic. And you're autistic. Yeah. That seems to be more and more common. Bisky writes, I just wish I knew everything was going to be okay. Hey, Bisky, I've got really good news for you, Bisky. I can say with extreme confidence that everything is going to be okay. Do you know why I know everything is going to be okay? This might sound counterintuitive. Maybe you won't understand it initially, but I want you to dwell on it. Okay? Everything is going to be okay because each and every one of us will grow old and die. And through that process of experiencing reality in the flickering moment that we've been granted to enjoy the experience of reality, upon our death, we return from whence we came. That you didn't really have much fear before you were born. You didn't really have any problems before you were born. And you're not really going to have any problems after you die. And so what that means is that you and I and everyone else are here to simply experience what it is to be alive and what it is to be within creation. And instead of spending so much time in turmoil and angst about it, we should all simply enjoy it for what it is, which is an incredible ride, an incredible journey. Like, Bisky writes, everything's going to be okay when I'm dead. No, I mean everything's okay right now. Right? Like, everything's okay right now. That in spite of the turmoil, in spite of the anxiety, in spite of the emotions, in spite of all of that, everything is okay. Right? Because the truth is that each and every one of us is born and randomly generated, right? You were randomly generated into the body you have. You were randomly generated into the location by randomly generated people in a randomly generated time. You have no control over any of that. You've just never really thought about it. That you are a randomly generated life form in a randomly generated universe, in a randomly generated planet, in a randomly generated country, in a randomly generated time. So much of your life is randomly generated. So much of your experience is just completely random. And here you are. And here we are talking about it in this moment, in this randomly generated moment in time. Here we are, experiencing it together. What do you think has a bigger impact in your life, do you think? Do you think it's the things that you do, or do you think it might be all of the random generation? And so all of that fear, all of that anxiety, all of the depression, all of that completely natural, normal stuff, it's totally normal to respond to a collapsing empire by responding through depression, right? I think that's completely normal. But hold on. Do I have it? I don't think I have it. That's so sad. It would have been perfect. I would have looked like a super genius. It's okay. But for all of that turmoil, all of that struggle, all of that concern, all of that, right? Like, we're here and we can just have a good time. Like, I don't know why that's become such a bad thing for people to want to do. Like, when did it become important to have a bad time? When did it become important to suffer? And when you dig into that, it's important to suffer because of the system of capital that we live in. Yeah, Bisky says it's not fair because Elon Musk has a bunch of money and we are all sad and suffering. Yeah, and I think Elon Musk is like, no one is suffering more of an internal turmoil. Like, certainly he lives in a life of luxury. That's certainly the truth. But when you look at Elon Musk, he's a deeply unhappy, deeply sad person for all of his wealth. And it's because of exactly the thing that I've been talking about, which is that he wants to believe that he's at the center of the universe. He wants to believe that he exists in a universe that exists for his existence and no one else's. And it's not true that the universe kills him too. The great leveler comes and reduces him to mold and ashes, just like the rest of us. Right? I love talking this way because I can tell that people get disturbed by it. People get really disturbed when I start talking about death and start talking about the natural reality of our aging and death. Like, we all die, right? And there's this like real creeping sensation, and I can feel it. I feel it. People get really like oogie boogie and spooky dooky about it, right? And it's because we live in a hyper individualistic society. Your perception of yourself is exclusively and only this flesh body that you are in. That this is reality. That what happened before and what happens after is not reality. This is reality. Well, I hate to break it to you, kids. Reality is, in fact, infinite. You live in an infinite reality. And this moment that we all are existing in is far more temporary. This is less reality than reality. And so our job is to just experiencing it. Is to just experience it. To just experience it. And to try to make things better for the next iteration, for the next generation, for the next group. That, to me, is the true fundamental sign that capitalism is failing. That capitalism is failing because it can't replicate itself. That any human system that wants to sustain itself through time needs to be able to replicate itself. Because humans die. That the people who create ideas or thoughts or institutions die. And what they leave behind are institutions. And it's up to us to ensure that as we are passing those institutions from one generation to the next, that those institutions are useful and just. Because if they're not, if they work against the interests of humanity, well then humanity will simply stop replicating itself, which is the outcome of capitalism. Bisky writes, I kinda wish I was Baron Trump. He can do whatever he wants and he is loved. Yeah, I think Baron Trump is like... Baron Trump is a skyscraper child. That's what I call him. Right? I call people like Donald Trump and people like Baron Trump skyscraper children. That they live in a skyscraper. They don't know how anything is made. They don't know where their food comes from. They don't know how to manufacture, how to farm, how to do anything. Moreover, they don't care to know. They are the definition of a disassociated, detached people. Like, some of them probably don't even, like, I came up with this term skyscraper child when I was in university. And I'm from rural Manitoba, right? I didn't live on a farm, but we worked with farmers a lot. My dad was an auto mechanic. And he fixed up tractors. And he was raised on a farm. So I'll never forget, I was in university. It was my first year. And I was talking to a guy, and he knew that I was from rural Manitoba. And there was a bit of a lull in the conversation. And then he looked at me and he said, not a spot of irony, "Hey, John, where does milk come from?" And I went, "You don't know where milk comes from?" And he said, "Well, I know that there is a cow involved in the process." And I said, "Well, it comes out of the cow's udder. And you, like, milk it." And as I described the process to him, I could see the sort of look of disgust come over his face. And that for that year, he was vegan. Because of that conversation. Like, people don't actually know where anything comes from. And they don't actually know how things exist. Yeah, and Joe's hitting it, right? Are they serious? They want to start paying people to reproduce, but not improve the conditions that make people not willing to. Absurd, yeah. And, like, $5,000 baby bonus is not a lot of money. Like, that's just, like, not... In terms of the capitalist market structure, right? They're not... It's not going to make it happen. You know what I mean? Like, nobody is going to be like, "Oh boy, I'm going to have a baby for $5,000. Let's go." Yeah. They're not serious. They just want more cogs in the machine, yeah. Yeah, Joe's like, "That's what I mean. They must think we're all stupid." Yeah. I mean, there's pretty good evidence of that. Yeah, I gotta tell you. There's a lot of stupid people around, my man. Like, I don't want to be too mean about it, but like I feel like the entire Trump election, right, with Joe Rogan and all of these comedians and all of this guys, it's like, it's stupidity. Like, these guys are stupid. They got caught up in a hysteria. They got caught up with this guy who literally has turned around and stabbed every single one of them in the back. Donald Trump has no allegiances to anybody. And it's all tied up in just an overwhelming amount of stupidity. Bisky writes, "Why Joe? Why don't I want to be him?" Like Joe Rogan? Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't know. Joe Rogan's had a fine life. It's just... Whoops. Okay, hold on. Definitely not going to do that. Okay. Hold on. Is this happening? Am I seeing this? Hold on. Oh my god. Right in the middle of my stream, eh? Can I still see my chat? Like, can somebody try chatting? Why is this happening right in the middle of the stream? This is so fucking annoying. Gotta keep things secure right in the middle of my stream. Right in the middle of the stream. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It is gonna mean that this looks worse, but I'm not gonna stop the stream and like show you all my passwords and everything. So hold on. I'm gonna pause for a second. Just gonna use the washroom. Be right back. Capitalism, super working. Yep. Gotta keep it secure, because me being like logged in and it's like I don't understand why suddenly it's popping up right in the middle of a stream too. That's my favorite. Right? Absolute favorite. Well, at least we know the mic works. Fantastic. You don't want to be Baron Trump because history will not be kind to that family, and as the youngest, he will bear the cost of it. Being rich means little in the face of that. Well, I also think that, like, here, there is a line in which the Trumps, like, Donald Trump is trying to set his family up to continue running the country, right? Like, Donald Trump Jr. is going to run, and they're going to try to make it like Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and then Barron, right? They're going to try to do that. And as long as they can keep the grift alive, as long as the mega cult continues moving along with them, as long as they have power, and as long as the Democrats are feckless and toothless and totally bought into the destruction of America, they'll continue being able to do it. And like, I take a look at Barron Trump and I see like a Joffrey Baratheon kind of guy. That's what I see. Like, I don't see like the beautiful guy who's making good decisions for the people around him. Like, I see Joffrey Baratheon. That's what I see. And that he's going to be just like a snide, spoiled brat who isn't going to actually be able to respond rationally to the needs of the people because he won't care about them. Like, that's my expectation. Yeah, like Joffrey was handsome. Like, it's going to be a continuation of the disaster. And at this point, that's what the country is. It's a continued disaster. Content just writes, what? What do you mean, what, Content? So hold on. I want to go back to this one. Back to the Christian Theobros are building a tech utopia in Appalachia. That's incredible. Okay, hold on. There were reasons other than just its natural beauty that this area was appealing. The community that Isker is helping to build in Tennessee is part of the Highland Rim Project, an initiative from a Christian venture capital firm called New Founding. The company seeks to build neighborhoods with Christian values in rural America. Thick communities that are conducive to a natural, human, and uniquely American way of life. I love that it's natural but also unique, right? Like, you gotta kind of pick one of those. If it's natural, then everybody should be doing it, right? Places where your neighbors are people who seek a self-determinative lifestyle and a return to a more natural way of living for themselves and their families. But the Highland Rim Project is not just another old-fashioned utopian fantasy. Rather, it is deliberately forward-looking, infused with Silicon Valley techno-libertarian values. So I love this. It's deliberately forward-looking by using libertarian values. So it's a catastrophe. You can't. It's a contradiction of terms. You can't simultaneously be a libertarian and also be forward-thinking. The communities will be designed around digital self-governance, including cryptocurrency and a culture in which our patrimonial civil rights, chiefly those of property, free political speech, and civilian armament, can be maintained and perpetuated. This doesn't sound like a slave colony. This in no way sounds like a slave colony, you guys. For Isker, a podcaster and prolific poster on X, the Highland Rim Project is an example of how Christian communities that have previously existed only online might soon coalesce in physical spaces, On Carlson's show, he described the line of reasoning he has observed as something like, I like this pastor. I like the sermons that he preaches. I agree with this theology. And I'm being formed and shaped. So you band into groups online where you sort of self-sort, he said. It's like, what if we took this digital community that exists, and what if we made it in real life? Yeah. There's a name for the rough concept that Isker describes, the network state, an ascendant and buzzy tech movement where internet groups are beginning to explore what it might be like to start their own countries. At first, these new countries would appear online, and eventually in actual physical locations. Simply put, the Highland Rim Project is the Christian nationalist take on that idea. As new founding CEO Nate Fisher put it last year on X, nation-states are not the principal form of government today. I see no reason Christian nations or people couldn't organize network states. It's like they're just trying to set up like a new like Vatican, right? Like that's essentially what the Vatican did. That there were churches dotted throughout nation-states, basically, right? And they had power. Canadian Snow Leopard over on Twitch says, I wouldn't say Jack Gleeson is ugly, Joffrey's actor, but the Game of Thrones character he played was very well done, and everyone loved to hate him. Yeah. Spoilers, but Jeffrey Baratheon's death was probably like one of the most celebrated moments on television. Everybody was like, fuck yeah, get him. As with many things tech, the network state movement began in Silicon Valley. The concept is the brainchild of investor and entrepreneur Balaji Srinivasan, a close friend of PayPal titan Peter Thiel, this fucking vampire, and a former partner at Anderson Horowitz, the firm run by venture capitalist Mark Anderson. In a 2021 article on his website, Srinivasan laid out his vision for a plan for people seeking to build a new utopia, or as he put it, a fresh start. I love that, like, communists are the ones that get accused of being utopian, and these guys are literally like, we're gonna go to Mars, and I'm gonna invent a technology that makes me immortal. Like, but we're the utopians. Okay, cool. Sure, there were the old-fashioned conventional ways to do this, such as forming a new country through revolution or war, you know, those old-fashioned ways. But these options are not only, well, really hard, but also unpredictable. A cruise ship or somewhere in space were appealing possibilities for new countries, but both presented logistical challenges. Far simpler and more practical was an online nation, complete with its own culture, economy, and of course, laws. Eventually, Srinivasan mused such a community could move into the analog space and require actual physical property where people could come together and live under the laws dreamed up by its founders. Sounds like World of Warcraft, sorta. Is this some BioShock shit? Yeah. Like, let's buy property underwater, right? The community did not have to be on contiguous land, however, but instead a reverse diaspora, he said. A community that forms first on the internet, builds a culture online, and only then comes together in person to build dwellings and structures. It does, like, it sounds like 4chan in real life, for sure. Yeah, they need a Christian con. Just make it in real life. Yeah, they're literal utopians to the nth degree. Yep. Acknowledging that the idea might sound a little goofy, like a giant live-action Minecraft, he emphasized that this was a serious proposition. Once we remember that Facebook has 3 billion users, Twitter has 300 million, and many individual influencers have more than 1 million followers, he wrote, it starts to be not too crazy to imagine we can build a 1 to 10 million person social network with a genuine sense of national consciousness an integrated cryptocurrency, and a plan to crowdfund many pieces of territory around the world. Imagine the network state as a kind of Pac-Man, gobbling up little pieces of land. Like, these will be company towns, right? These will absolutely be company towns. That people will move to these towns and pay rent to live there, and they will work whatever job they're there to work. But the land and the food will be owned by the kooky little libertarian cult, and the wage won't cover the rent. And so that person will be put into perpetual and forever debt peonage. That's what this is. These are company towns. Consider the possibilities. Eventually, the new nation would be so big with so much economic power that other nations would be forced to recognize it as legitimate. And once that happens, conventional laws in more conventional nations could become almost irrelevant, along with the nations themselves. Why on earth would, say, a pharmaceutical company choose to spend billions of dollars and decades of testing on a new drug when they could go to a deregulated network state and take it to market in regular time? Literally just slavery, right? Like, no, we're going to test a new drug on you. In 2022, Srinivasan turned his seminal article into a bestseller, The Network State: How to Start a New Country. Srinivasan's book is still in the top 200 lists on both the political philosophy and general technology and reference sections on Amazon. And in the 3 years since its publication, the ideas in it have gained a robust following. I assume especially in the South, especially. My former colleague Ali Breland wrote in a 2023 investigation about Praxis, a crypto city concept that drew tens of millions of dollars in investment from Thiel and other Silicon Valley luminaries, though the physical city has yet to materialize. There is also Prospera, a deregulated economic zone in Rotan, Honduras, and a somewhat different model, California Forever, an ongoing effort by a group of tech billionaires to turn part of California wine country into a new city with a dedicated industry and technology zone. They're just rebuilding feudalism. Like, that's what this is. In an email to Mother Jones, new founding co-founder Josh Abatoy, a former fellow of the right-wing think tank of the Claremont Institute, said the network state concept doesn't perfectly capture the Highland Rim project. He prefers the term charter communities, which he describes as places chartered around particularized lifestyles or affinities, such as owning people. In our case, we emphasize traditional American values, like faith, family, and freedom. Yeah. Faith in the institution, right? You're fascists after all. Family, i.e. the patriarchy. And freedom, the freedom to own slaves. In a rural and vintage small-town American setting. It'll be wholesome, you guys. It'll be a better, more wholesome version of slavery. New founding, he says, offers a platform on which many localists can build their more particularized projects. Particularized projects. Free of government oversight, we can now drain babies of their blood in peace. And then I'll drink the blood, and I'll become immortal. God will never strike me down, and I challenge him to do so. Nevertheless, he says, Srinivasan is an influence. I have definitely learned from his theories about how digital conditions encourage more tribal social organization across the board, Abatoy said. Whether one is excited or horrified by Balaji's predictions of the future, dismissing them out of hand isn't good business. Back in Tennessee, the Highland Rim project is still in its infancy. According to Newfoundland's Abatoy, so far it has sold about 40 parcels of land in both Tennessee and adjacent Kentucky. Technically, the properties have been sold through Abatoy's other business, Ridge Runner, which he says has a strategic partnership with Newfoundland. The lots range in acreage from less than 1 to hundreds, and in price from about $30,000 to just shy of $300,000. In the Tennessee communities where Isker bought property, he has founded a church, invite only so far, not a cult. And there are plans in the works for a country club and events venue. While Abatoy didn't provide details on plans to incorporate cryptocurrency into the communities, the people who have bought property so far are high agency and prioritize sovereignty in their personal lives, including digital and financial sovereignty. He said, so naturally many of them love crypto. We encourage crypto adoption and use and eagerly welcome entrepreneurs operating in this space. He estimates that about 60 households have bought or moved to our target regions as a result of our efforts, and the website assures interested parties, we see rising demand and capacity for new types of communities built around a shared vision for our local life in America. But whose shared vision? The people who have already lived in these communities that Newfoundland is targeting already have their own vision for local life, and many of them are not thrilled about the idea of wealthy Christian nationalists moving in and taking over. Last year, Nashville's News Channel 5 aired an investigation about the movement. A few months later, Phil Williams, the investigative journalist who broke the story, talked with locals in Gainsborough. Mainly people are scared, said the chair of the country's Republican Party. It scares me that they are very clear about taking over. A local restaurant owner added, I don't want to lose what we already have. In response to the segment, Isker's podcast co-host, CJ Engel, who also moved to the area to help launch the community, posted on X, Phil and the entire journalist class at large are terrified that the conservative Christians are asserting themselves in the face of dwindling media power. Sorry, guys. I'm having a technical issue. Today has just been a technical issue day, dude. What a technical, just technical snafu after technical snafu. I hope that doesn't happen. I keep my Twitch on a computer, like a little laptop, just over here so I can just glance over at it. And it's, completely shutting down. Sorry, guys. Oh, geez. I might have to, do, a full... So, if you're watching me on Twitch, I don't have the ability to see anything you say. Sorry, guys. Seeing if I can get that fixed back up. Oh, here we go. So, I'll be back up on Twitch in just a second. Despite the damning interviews in Williams' investigation, Isker, who didn't respond to Mother Jones' request for comment, insists that the locals love him. This guy doesn't sound like a grifter at all, dude. They're conservative Christians, so they've told him, oh, it just seems like you really like Donald Trump and the United States of America and the Constitution and our freedoms, he told Carlson. And you seem like a just normal conservative kind of guy. Yeah, a normal conservative kind of guy that wants to move in and take over an area. Yep, I am. I'm an open book. What you see is what you get. A terrifying Christian nationalist. But elsewhere, Isker is less wholesome. To his 43,000 followers on X, he makes statements that sometimes cross the line into anti-Semitism. No kidding. I don't hate Jews, he posted in 2023. Their religion is literally blasphemous and anti-Christian. You cannot be a Christian without recognizing this. I don't hate Jews, just everything they stand for. On that same platform, he is referred to Indian people as cow worshippers, called the United States a genocracy, where the only way out is men telling women no, and thundered against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, saying it biases our laws against Christians, men, and white people. In July 2023, Isker spoke at a Texas conference about the war on white America, alongside Paul Gottfried, the mentor of prominent white nationalist Richard Spencer. Who wouldn't... Yeah, exactly. But leftists are the real anti-Semites, though. Of course. Of course. Half of the Christian Bible is literally Jewish religion, yeah. Like, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that a Christian nationalist would also be a bigot? Who knew? And yet, for all his extremist views, Isker, whom Abotoy described as a part of a broader project and a friend, is well connected in Washington and Silicon Valley. The new founding staffers hobnob with Vice President J.D. Vance. Anderson, the venture capitalist and Srinivasan's friend, has invested in New Founding. New Founding's Nate Fisher has invested in the Startup Society's venture firm Pronomos Capital. Pronomos head Patry Friedman recently told me. Like, why are these guys all such fucking huge weirdos? Right? Why, Santora, good to see you. Why are these guys all such goddamn weirdos? Like, this isn't normal, dude. Like, this has big, like, I'm gonna take my ball and go home energy, you know? This is like, everywhere I go, everybody excludes me because of my racism and bigotry. Well, I'm gonna make a place where racism and bigotry is normal. Where I'm allowed to say whatever I like and nobody can say boo about it. Because Isker is also Abotoy's customer, he bought his land from New Founding. New Founding could not weigh in as on Isker's statements on social media. Abotoy said, yeah, of course. Dude, this is so fucking hilarious. Like, these cults are going to be crazy, dude. They're going to get crazier and crazier. As the network state concept gains traction, Srinivasan has offered still more details about exactly what he has in mind. Last year, writing for the New Republic, journalist Gil Duran chronicled a rambling 4-hour interview that Srinivasan gave on the podcast Moment of Zen. In it, Srinivasan described his vision for a new San Francisco, one in which citizens would show their loyalty to tech companies by donning gray shirts. The ultimate goal is for the grays to drive out the blues, Srinivasan's word for progressives. So you put up some kind of, I don't know, like a sign which says Y Combinator on it, or a Bitcoin sign or something like that. It should look cool, but it's also meant to lose because someone's going to come, some crazy guy, addict will come and smash it. Or a blue will come and spray paint on it. Or they'll try and the city official will come and tell you to take it down because it's unlicensed or something like that. Syringes on the street, Greta Thunberg on the wall. Those are blue symbols that signal that blues control a territory. So it's like a dog pissing and marking its territory. After you've got a building, you need to start figuring out how to control the streets. These people are fucking deranged, dude. The Greys would have access to exclusive zones of the city, and they would also enjoy protection through a special arrangement with the police, whom they would win over with lavish banquets. So it's segregation. It's segregation. That's what you're describing. You're describing blues and grays, and you're segregating your society between them. Like, you're just describing segregation, bro. Like, this is why everybody hates journalists, by the way. Like, a journalist can literally sit across from a guy describing segregation, and they don't go, so that's segregation, right? They go, oh, what an interesting, we should hear all sides of this issue. And then they never talk to somebody who says that's segregation. Dystopian and preposterous though it may sound, fans of the network state are trying to convince the Trump administration to scale up their vision. And there are signs that the president is listening. In 2023, during its lead up to his presidential campaign, Donald Trump proposed building freedom cities, which would convert federal land in rural areas into zones with laws specifically designed to attract industry and manufacturing in specific sectors. Yeah, slavery. Like plantations, like we know. Earlier this year, a group called the Frontier Foundation, one of whose founding members is New Founding's Josh Abatoy, drafted an open letter to Trump, urging him to act on that idea. The group's policy memo explains that the new cities should be exempt from certain federal regulation under special oversight by the executive branch. Just literally turn Trump into a king, okay? Just literally turn them into a king. Meanwhile, Patry Friedman, or Ponomos Capital, the Startup Society's venture firm, told me that both the Frontier Foundation and a separate group called the Freedom Cities Coalition had met with the Trump administration, though he declined to provide details. Last month, Wired also reported that the Freedom Cities Coalition had been meeting with the Trump administration. The energy in D.C. is absolutely electric, Trey Goff, the chief of staff of Honduras Prospera Special Economic Zone, told Wired. You can tell in meetings with the people involved that they have the mandate to do some of the more hyperbolic, verbose things Trump has mentioned. But from the perspective of the Highland Rim guys, what's more important than the Washington lobbying is the sense the cultural and political winds are at their backs. Now that Trump has brought us 4 years, Isker posted on X the morning after the election day last November, it is the perfect time for you to begin building the restored America in rural Tennessee. I love it, dude. These guys are just psychos. Like, they're just psychos. It's crazy how psycho these people are. Garden State writes, do these people generally believe that the Democrats are an evil entity, or are they just playing the culture war game? So I think one thing that's really clear that people don't really respect or understand is that Bill Clinton was the most devastating thing to happen in the life of a person living in a red state. That if you live in a red state, Bill Clinton is your villain, 100%. And I don't think there's a negotiation or a debate to be had about that. Bill Clinton dismantled the welfare state. More child poverty was created by Bill Clinton than any other president. Like, Bill Clinton was a disaster for the red states, an unfettered, total, complete disaster. And so there is this, like, really justified reason why people in the red states despise Democrats. But instead of saying that, instead of talking about that, they get focused into these culture war conversations because that's where their owners want them. Their owners want them to be talking about culture war issues. They don't want them to be talking about poverty, right? Because if people started talking about poverty, there'd be a real conversation about, like, okay, well, wait, can't we do something? Like, we have all these rich people. Like, don't you guys have a book that says give your money to the poor? Like, isn't there that part of it? Like, we all pretend like we're like this article I just read, right? It's about this pretend Christian, right? But he doesn't actually read the Bible. He doesn't actually give a fuck about what it has to say. Like, he doesn't care about Jesus. He doesn't care about what Jesus has to say about anything. Like, These people are frauds at the highest possible level. They don't get more fraudulent. Like they would read the words of Christ and call him woke. Like that's who these people are. And but it's the game they have to play if they want to have power for themselves, which they do. Like, get everybody whipped out about, like, the one trans person they think they saw that one time, right? While everybody in the red states are gooning to trans porn the whole time. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. It's all just their self shame is what it is. Like I think I'm starting to actually realize why the red states are so up in arms about trans people. It's because they're all jerking off to trans people and they feel guilty about it. And so they're taking it out on the people they're jerking off to, right? It's pretty classic human behavior, right? Yeah, Christ would be considered a radical for sure. Oh yeah, this is one thing I wanted to point out. Here's a first look at Andy Serkis's animated adaptation of Animal Farm, right? So they're going to do Animal Farm again. Get ready for the Red Scare propaganda. Like we're going to have an era of Red Scare propaganda, and Animal Farm is Red Scare propaganda. That's what it is, and it's like a story that's told about Western democracies, but everybody's supposed to believe it's about the Soviet Union. Like, I get the sense that this might be a touch of a misplay because it's pretty difficult, I think, for people to look at that story and see anything but what's going on in America today. Garden State writes, Animal Farm is such a terrible book, even disregarding the Red Scare propaganda. It's an awfully boring book. Yeah, which is why it's taught in schools, right? We're supposed to hate learning. We're supposed to hate reading. You don't want a literate populace who actually reads anything. Canadian Snow Leopard, been ready for it. I've seen the tap being opened slowly. Yeah. Garden State says, even before I was a communist, I hated that book. Oh God. Yeah. Well, I mean, to me, I think the most damning part of Animal Farm is that it's so clearly about capitalist democracies. Like that's clearly what the story is about. That it's not actually about the Soviet Union. It's not actually about Stalin. It's not actually about that. And I feel like the capitalists have lost the thread and lost the plot so virulently that they're going to start putting forward what they think is anti-communist propaganda, and it's just going to make the communists look good. And they're not going to be able to help themselves because they're so demented and detached from reality. Right? Like, anytime they try to make Karl Marx look scary, they just make him look rad as fuck. And, like, they just don't know what they're doing. They don't have a handle on it. And, like, you just take a look at, like, Trump's final offer for peace requires Ukraine to accept Russian occupation. Like, Zelensky's not going to go for this. Like, he's just not going to go for it. And it's like a full-scale capitulation, right? Like, Trump's proposal is U.S. recognition of Russian control in Crimea, recognition of Russia's occupation of nearly all of the Luhansk Oblast and the occupied portions of Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia, a promise that Ukraine will not become a member of NATO, the lifting of sanctions, and enhanced economic cooperation with the United States. Like, it's a full-scale capitulation. It's a full-scale capitulation. And Zelensky's not going to go for it. Because Zelensky is now arranging himself to be the dictator of what remains in Ukraine. Like, he's getting himself set up to literally just be the king of that place. That they're not going to hold elections, right? He's just going to be, and my expectation with Zelensky is that he'll eventually be assassinated and a real Nazi will take over. It's kind of what I assume will happen. Garden State writes, Call of Duty made the Soviets look cool when I was a kid. I'm sure that wasn't their intention, though. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, they like, the ruling class has become unhinged. It's, like, you listen to these articles that you get, like, we just read this Tech Bros article, right? Like, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, these people are unhinged. They're disassociated from reality. They're megalomaniacs. They're psychopaths. They don't actually know what's going on in reality. And so everything they produce is also going to be unhinged. It's just we're entering this crazed era of nutty madness where the billionaire class is going to and like I read an article like this. A musician who died in 2021 resurrected as a clump of brain matter, now composing new music. Like, we're necromancers, man. Like, we're demonic necromancers. There's just no other way to put it. Right? Art can outlast the artist, but what about their artistic impulses? A new art installation project in Australia titled Revivification raises the question with a very literal interpretation of impulse. Using his DNA, the team behind the project have performed a quasi-resurrection of the late experimental American composer Alvin Lucier, creating a sort of brain that continuously composes music on the fly with its errant electrical signals. Revivification is an attempt to shine light on the sometimes dark possibilities of extending a person's presence beyond the seemed finality of death. This team, comprising 3 artists and a neuroscientist, told the art newspaper. At the center of the piece is an in vitro brain, grown from blood, that Lucier, who passed away in 2021, donated in the final years of his life. Housed in a plinth, it's grown on top of an electrode mesh that connects it to 20 large brass plates placed around the room. Visitors can listen as the brain fires off electrical pulses that trigger a transducer and a mallet behind each plate, striking them to produce sound. Like we're not the good guys, right? Like, we're not the good guys in the story. Just very nakedly, right? Very like, how much longer until they're like, we should grow a brain and keep it in a jar to drive our cars, right? Like, this is like RoboCop shit. Like, right? Like, this is RoboCop shit. This is straight up like, what if we put a human brain inside of a robot, and then it could go around solving crimes, right? What if we put a brain in a jar and had it play music? Garden State, weren't the Yazis experimenting with dead bodies like this back then, or am I giving them too much credit? Oh yeah, there's a huge occultist line in the Nazis for sure. Like, it's not something that I really put forward. Like, it's not my first thing that I want to talk about when I talk about the Nazis, but they definitely had a huge occult. There's a massive occult aspect of the Nazis for sure. Good opportunity to say, like, share, subscribe, guys. Make sure you hit those bells, hit those whistles. I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Make sure you do all the things that send the things in the places that are supposed to be thinged. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. And just, I don't know, comment, do the stuff, say the things. Because, like, This channel has for sure been shadow banned, but if there is any hope that it gets pushed to anybody, it is through you just hitting the things. Do the stuff. Just have a comment. Say hello. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, sounds like BS, like a cover for their garbage AI they're trying to push. Yeah, there's always that. There's always just the reality that's a scam, right? Because everything's a scam now. Nothing's real. Trump may soon offer a motherhood medal, an idea popularized in Nazi Germany. Well, on Monday, the New York Times reported that the Trump administration is mulling a suite of initiatives aimed at encouraging Americans to have more babies. Some of the suggestions for these programs came from pronatalists, a loose network of activists who believe that the humanity is basically doomed unless people have more kids. A few weeks back, I hung out with some of them in Austin near their conference, which is called, naturally, NatalCon. To say that most of the conference goers leaned right would be an understatement. Some of the topics under discussion were the ethics of gene editing embryos to endow them with desired traits, how having more babies could save the West, and why most women should forego careers to be mothers. These people are just shit, eh? Yeah, laughable. Like everybody's just got lead and microplastics in their brains, man. Like, it's just so, like, and it's the narrow focus of the worldview, right? It's about the West. The West. Humanity is the West. Like, I don't know. Is it? I think there's more to humanity than the West. Some of the pro-natalist proposals that the White House is said to be considering are practical in nature, issuing a baby bonus of $5,000, reserving 30% of Fulbright scholarships for applicants who are parents or are at least married, and offering classes to women to help them identify the most fertile times in their menstrual cycle. Like, what if you gave people more time and money? Like, what if people had just, like, didn't need to work so much? Like, what if that happened? Like, what? Here's a crazy thought. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. What if we provide people with food and shelter first? Yeah. What about that solution? What if instead of being forced into an institution of wage slavery that withholds food and shelter unless a person can successfully sell themselves to a capitalist, thereby creating an eternal treadmill of wage enslavement, what if instead of that we insist that food and shelter is provided to citizens first? That everyone gets food and shelter. It doesn't matter who they are, where they are, what their social status is, what their position is, what they do, any of that. You have food and you have shelter. That is just a baseline of existing. It means that you would need to get rid of landlords. You would need to create like a crown corporation or some kind of organization in order to manage the housing and to manage the food distribution network. And then you just have that. And you just eliminate the parasites from your society and everybody can just sort of chill the fuck out. And whatever business institution manages to survive such a transition, that's fine. That's fine. If people want to work at and then consume a McDonald's hamburger, even though it's the shittiest thing in the world, and that can persist in the society, okay, then it does. Right? And then if your business can't find workers because the job that you're providing is shit and nobody likes it, then it goes away. Oh, you can't have that. You can't have that. You can't actually do real capitalism, right? right? It's got to be this state-sponsored capitalism. You know, fascism. But guys, the wage slave system is completely voluntary. It's completely voluntary, the wage slave system. Ugh. What a silly society. Like, what a silly people. What a silly environment we find ourselves in. U.S. Treasury Secretary says trade war with China is not sustainable. So literally the people responsible for looking at the money are just like, yeah, that's not, we can't do that. What a winner. What a winner Donald Trump is, eh? The absolute winningest of the winner. I do want to focus on this story again because I think it's so funny. Worth circling back around as we hit the 6 o'clock hour. Tesla sales dropped 71%. Good for you, America. Good for you. You're voting with your dollars, man. Good for you, Europe. Well done. All it took was Elon Musk standing in front of the entire nation, doing 2 Nazi salutes, and then immediately turning around and going to a Nazi rally that he helps fund. It's all it took for people to finally be like, I don't think I'm going to buy one of these shitty cyber trucks that explode. Well done. Once again, look at this fucking guy. This is the new leader of the WEF. Water is not a human right. Just an absolute demon. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this story. How could I forget about this story, dude? Experiments to dim the sun get green light. From the Telegraph. Experiments to dim sunlight to fight global warming will be given the green light by the government within weeks. Outdoor field trials, which could include injecting aerosols into the atmosphere or brightening clouds to reflect sunshine, are being considered by scientists as a way to prevent runaway climate change. ARIA, the government's advanced research and invention funding agency, has set aside £50 million for projects, which will be announced in the coming weeks. Professor Mark Symes, the program director for ARIA, Advanced Research and Invention Agency, said there would be small, controlled outdoor experiments on particular approaches. We will be announcing who we have given funding to in a few weeks, and when we do so, we will be making clear when any outdoor experiments might be taking place, he said. One of the missing pieces in this debate was the physical data from the real world. Models can only tell us so much. Everything we do is going to be safe by design. We're absolutely committed to responsible research, including responsible outdoor research. We have strong requirements around the length of time experiments can run for and their reversibility, so we won't be funding the release of any toxic substances into the environment. Yeah, I've heard all this before. Yeah, plastic bottles, that'll be fine. So you've got a tablespoon of microplastics in your brain. Yeah, Canadian snow leopard. No, I don't like it. Just build sunshades and stop harvesting the blood of the planet. Yeah. Maybe just like turn your engines off. You ever think of that? Just like turn the engines off? However, scientists are increasingly concerned that carbon dioxide levels are not falling fast enough and that further action may be needed to prevent catastrophic warming. One major area of research is sunlight reflection methods, which includes stratospheric aerosol injection, where tiny particles are released into the stratosphere to reflect sunlight. Another potential solution is marine cloud brightening, in which ships would spray sea salt particles into the sky to enhance the reflectivity of low-lying clouds. Like, this is psychotic, right? Like, this is actually psychotic. That this is the kind of thing that an unhinged group of necromancers do. That hey, you're all doing necromancy, and the Earth systems are responding badly to it. You should stop doing necromancy. No, we can force the world to tolerate our necromancy. We'll blot out the sun. Like, I just like, why is everyone working so hard to try to accommodate these psychopaths? Like, why are we all constantly just like, well, they earned it. Yeah, they earned it. You say what you like, and maybe you don't agree with what they're doing, but you can't deny that they fucking earned it. They worked so hard for it, so they get to blot out the sun. 'Cause they earned it. Like, yeah, we can't just change ourselves. We have to dim the sun. Yeah, there's going to be absolutely no negative consequences for this. Right? Like, sunlight's not used for anything, is it? Sunlight doesn't do anything, does it? In our environment? It's not important for everything to experience sunlight, right? Like, this isn't something that humans require for their biological well-being. Yeah, they are indeed psychopaths. There's no other way to see it. Yeah. Like, I don't know what the argument could possibly be at this point. Like, they're literally sitting there being like their justification will be like, well, we've got to do something about the issue. It's a big issue. And it's like, you could turn off the necromancy. Like, you could stop burning fossil fuels. Yeah, between what they could be doing and what they are doing, it ought to be clear. Yeah. Like, they don't give a fuck anymore. Like, there's a little part of me that genuinely believes they're trying to manifest hell. Like, like, if I die and then there's like a screen where it's like, hey, this was what was going on that planet. Here's like a story that you didn't know anything about. And I'm able to like delve deep into the thing. If I found out that there was like a hell realm that actually managed to open a dimensional portal to this reality, and that the demons were like influencing global politics from behind the scenes as like a shadowy cabal, and their objective was to try to manifest hell into this reality, I'd be like, yeah, that tracks. I wouldn't be surprised by this at all. I don't think that is happening, but if I found out it was, I'd be like, oh, all right. Explains a lot. Canadian snow leopard. We gonna start watering our fields with Brondo soon? Yeah. Yeah, dude, it does have that kind of quality, doesn't it? It's like, I know how we could stop climate change. If the problem with climate change is the sun rays, why don't we just block the sun rays? And then the sun rays won't heat up the planet. Yes, problem solved, I think. There can't possibly be any negative consequences whatsoever for dimming the sun. Small Advantages writes, Trump has been pulling America out of the climate organization, cutting funds. I don't even think he believes in climate change. Yeah. Or just puts wealth above it. Yeah, I don't think it comes down to a question of belief. I think he literally is just like, oh, that's money I could have. Like, I really think there's this like danger that happens within leftist circles, especially leftist circles, where we want to attribute some kind of intellectual position to capitalists. And I really think for the most part, they're just like, but I could have that money. And that's it. And then they'll create some kind of falling out justification to make a talking point to kind of obfuscate the conversation, to see if how many people they can get suckered into actually espousing this bullshit. Like trans sports is a perfect example of this. Just like, they don't care about it. It's just a way to get people to vote for them. And have I seen the AI video of Trump dancing in a grass skirt? Donald Trump YMCA dance goes viral again. Inspires TikTok trend. No, this is what I'm getting. I'm not getting a grass skirt. Dude, the Trump dance. What a ridiculous clown society, dude. What a ridiculous clown shoes society where we've become. Literally, the president is just like, and everybody's like, oh, it's his signature. Meanwhile, we're like, let's dim the sun. Let's shut off the power of the sun. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for earlier. I told you those tariffs would hurt American workers. Here we are. Thousands of factory workers lost their jobs. Trump's tariffs driving thousands of layoffs at U.S. manufacturing plants. Yeah. Like, what are we expecting, you know? It's just... Like, these streams are starting to just feel like me being like, I told you so. Like, it's just what it feels like. It just feels like I'm sitting here just being like, yeah, I told you so. Like, yep. I told you so. You know? Like, I do hope that you guys are getting something beautiful out of this. Like, I hope that you get that sort of sense of catharsis, or the sense of like some kind of feeling that this is improving your life somehow. 'Cause for me, it's just like a check-in to my reality, to be like, oh yeah, things are basically going how I thought they were gonna go, and maybe one day somebody will actually stand up and say, hey, we should care, right? Like, we should give a shit. Trump talked with the 51st state, call with Carney. Like, this is what's sinking the conservatives right here. This 51st state talk, enough people are just like, yeah, I don't trust these conservatives to not completely fuck us over. And like, China is playing it perfectly, right? China is playing it perfectly. China says it wants to partner with Canada to push back against American bullying. Yeah, I suspect they do. Like, I think Canada should bite on this. Radio says, I hear a news item almost daily, which will make me think. I hear John predicted this. Yeah. Like, I've said it over and over again, right? Like, the building's like this. What do you think's going to happen? Like, you've got a picture of a building, it's like this. What do you think's going to happen? Right? It's going to go like that. And so it's like, it's not even predictive, right? Like, if I put a formula up on the screen and say 1 + 1 =, it's not predictive to say 2. It's just the equation, right? It's just how it is. And so I like don't feel like I'm making predictions. I feel like I'm just seeing a building falling over and then saying building's going to fall over. Like, here's a prediction for you. If you dim the sun, you will create more problems than you solve. Right? Like, that's not predictive. Like, our entire ecosystem, plants, animals, humans themselves, require sunlight. It is built in to our genetic fabric to want sunlight. We like it, we enjoy it, we need it. If your plan is to dim the sun, then I think that you are ghouls. Like, I think that you are entering demonic territory. Your goal is, instead of confronting the human activity that is causing the problem in the first place, it is to do battle with the sun. I think you're on the wrong side. I think you're on the wrong side of things. That you need to get on the right side of things. Right? What systems are actually creating life? What systems are actually allowing people freedom? What's actually sustaining everything? And it's not capital. And yeah, Joe, I think you're right. It's a support group in a way. Like, that's really the truth. Just a place to come so that we can all look at each other and be like, hey, it is as it is, right? It is the thing. Because there's a lot of propaganda out there, you know? There's a lot of propaganda. And there's a lot of people that want to obfuscate the conversation and make the conversation kind of bullshitty. Right? And I feel like I like doing this, and I like that you guys are here so that we can actually be like, nah, this is as it is. Like, we are witnessing the decline of this whole thing, and it is going to be a disaster. So I'm going to pause for just a second, guys. Get myself some more water. I've been talking for like 3 hours straight. So just give me 1 second. And I return. I wonder if these ghouls will ever see the light. The ghouls will only see the light when it's too late. No, the only light that these ghouls will see is upon the moment of their death, a pinprick of light will open up, and it'll open up a portal to an infinite lake of fire where they will spend eternity. Like, I know that I use, like, hyperbolic religious language, but, like, these people should burn in hell forever, right? Like, this goes beyond, like, serial killing. Like, this goes beyond mass murder. This goes beyond, like, nuclear war, even. Like, we are genuinely trying to fight nature itself, right? Like, it's so impossible for me to not think of this as like demonic necromancers fighting like life wizards. Like, like if you are pitting yourself up against the sun, you're wrong. Like, you're just wrong. And especially if you're doing it instead of confronting the people who are dredging the earth of the bones of your ancestors so that they can squeeze it into this alchemical process to put into to create like an elixir that goes into an infernal machine. And it's also that they can be like, I gotta get to work. I gotta drive an hour to get to work every day, you know. I'd really love to go to space. Let's go to space. I'm gonna give Jeff Bezos $100 million so I can go to space. Like, it's not even for anything. It's just like so the Empire can be like, yeah, I want bananas. Let's go get some bananas. We go over there for bananas. We got bananas. That's really what it's for. That's the thing that gets me the most. Like, when I fall into like my most kind of contemplative about this issue, and when I get like, I don't want to use even the word sadness anymore because I feel like I'm so far beyond that it's just like, but the thing that really gets me is that it's like, it's for nothing. Like, that's the part that gets me the most, is that it really is for nothing. That it's so that a couple of narcissistic psychopaths can feel like they're in charge. And that's really what it is actually for. That we used to be a people who cared about the improvement of the quality of life of our people. Right? That used to be something we did. We put in plumbing. We put in electricity. We put in heating, right? Like, these are vast improvements in standard of living and quality of life for the citizenry. We used to fund healthcare systems. We used to fund public initiatives, the library system, right? The transit system. We used to do that. And we don't do that anymore. And we're not interested in doing it anymore, right? Okay, so that begs the question, okay, what are we interested in doing? And the answer is, we're interested in giving a lot of money to 5 people. Marine Le Pen, so already a really weak start, pretty bad. Trump is making America stronger, as embarrassing a statement as can be made. Like, full stop, I think you're a deluded person. Like, not a serious thing to say, especially in a Canadian chat. Trump has threatened us with annexation as recently as, I believe it was, yesterday? Yeah, as recently as yesterday. He's threatened us with annexation again. I don't think it's a good look for you to back Trump, and I think it's kind of an embarrassing thing to do at this point. Like, and the idea that Trump is making America stronger, what are you talking about? Okay, so what are you talking about? In what way is Trump making America stronger? Is it the ethnic cleansing? Like the deportation of innocent American citizens that you like? What is it that you like about Trump? Like, is it the collapsing economy? Is that good? The mass layoffs? Is that good? Right? Like, what is it about Trump that you like? That's got you convinced. Yeah, Joe, I stay focused when I can on the beauty and light. Yeah, it helps me to get down to the beach and just sit on the beach by the water, right, underneath the sky, and remind myself that, like, the systems of life are big and vast, right? That humans are not going to do lasting damage. That if we do anything that creates enough damage to do harm to the ecosystem, then it'll kill us first, right? Like we dim the sun, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. Well, then we are the ones that are going to die. Yeah, we're not hearing much from this Marine Le Pen person. Not surprising. Just kind of the classic, like, not actually capable of rising to the challenge. Oh, here we go. Trump is seeking international tariff justice. Just embarrassing. The appreciation of the American sentiment that exists in the South and rural areas. Trump is president of the rural area, but of schools for all, for everybody. He literally destroyed the Department of Education. Like, they literally destroyed it. He sent Linda McMahon into the Department of Education and destroyed it. So I have no idea what you're talking about. This international tariff justice is a joke. Just like a ridiculous, clownish thing to say. Like literally, the tariffs have caused terror throughout the international community. America is being isolated on the world stage. And who's the winner? China. China is walking away from this looking really good. Like, really good. And yeah, I agree that reforms are necessary, but Donald Trump isn't a reformer, right? He's just grinding up your country and putting it in his pocket. Trump makes structural reform to change the disaster left by Biden. No, Trump is just conning you. He's destroying your systems so that he can privatize them and make money for himself. That's what he's doing. And incidentally, so was Biden. So it's not like I'm standing here being like, yeah, the Democrats, rah, rah, rah. Like, yeah, Trump is a grifter. He's a drifter, right? He's trying to make as much money as he can for himself. And he doesn't care about anything else. He doesn't care that he's destroying your country. He doesn't care that he's ripping apart your institutions. He doesn't care that he's destroying the reputation of America abroad. I really want you to understand something here, okay? Like, Marine Le Pen. I really want you to understand, okay? Up here in Canada, we consider what Trump did as a total betrayal. An utter and complete betrayal. That if you have a friend in your life and you understand the concept of betrayal, you need to understand that that's how Canada feels. One of the most poignant moments that I have seen in this discussion was done by our premier governor for you, Doug Ford. Doug Ford supported Donald Trump. He rooted for Donald Trump. And when this whole conversation started, he was obviously hurt and obviously betrayed. And he talked about it that way. And it was very convincing. Marine Le Pen says, a great president is one who cares about the nation, about our institutions, and about fair tariffs. Donald Trump does not care about your institutions, about the nation, or about fair tariffs. Donald Trump is running a pump and dump scheme. That's what it is. He's running a pump and dump scheme. So, and he bragged about it. Like, he openly bragged about it. That he and his billionaire friends made a lot of money because of his pump and dump scheme. And that's all this is. And it's obvious that that's all this is. Yeah, you don't get an opinion about Canada. Like, I don't take your opinion on Canada seriously at all. Like, you're in here as like a Trump supporter, and I'm just kind of waiting for the Nazism to come forward. Like, but right now you just seem like a very clueless, confused person. Like, you don't get an opinion about Canada. Your president is threatening annexation of my country. Like, I don't care what you think. Like, yeah, and how dare you deny the sovereignty of my nation? Like, I think I'm just going to do myself a favor. You're not really worth talking to anymore. Oh, I can't ban people while this bullshit's happening. Okay. So I've got to solve this, guys. Give me a second. I know how to do it. Give me a second. This is annoying. Just gonna... Then... Ugh. Sorry guys, this is so lame. Just give me a second. Okay. Like, Trump supporters are demented. They're just the most delusional people I've ever seen in my life. Like, literally in here, trying to convince me that the annexation of my own country, like eliminating my own sovereignty from the conversation, like, they're just Nazis. Like, and they're just too stupid to realize it. It's frustrating. Like, you can't actually have a reasonable conversation with these people. Right? Like, you literally can't have a reasonable conversation with them. Because their worldview is inverted. It's, like, utterly... It's like the picture that was Latinos for Trump. That, to me, really encapsulated everything that... that really captured the moment of a Latino construction worker wearing a shirt that says Latinos for Trump, and he's being taken off of the site by two ICE workers, two ICE officers. Like, that's it. That's the moment. It's people rooting for their own failure. It's people rooting for their own destruction. These people can't be reasoned with. They refuse to be reasoned with. They're irrational. It's not that they're non-rational. It's that they're purposefully stupid on purpose. And, like, there's only one thing left to be done with these people, which is isolate them. Right? Like, we're looking at dementia. We're looking at something that's demented. And we just caught a piece of it. Just, like, utter demented, ridiculous nonsense. Too stupid to talk to. On a huge level. Yeah. Yeah, he's blatantly admitting what he's doing and they refuse to see it. Yeah. They don't care. Doesn't matter. Right? Like, I really do think, like, we're looking at, like, chemicals in the water, like, microplastics in the brain, lead in the blood. Like, I just don't think that the people who are supporting the Trump administration at this point, like, the people who are supporting the Trump administration on the lead up, and to the election, I'm like, okay. Yeah, I see the narrative. Like, I see where you are at. I see what you're thinking. I get it. Now, if you're still supporting Donald Trump now, after these, like, threats of annexation, after the utter betrayals that he's done, and if you're still defending this tariff shit, like, you're just a massive loser. You're just a massive, massive loser that doesn't need to be taken seriously by anyone. Yeah, Joe, they were going to do that anyway. Right? Keep her going. Now just whine to her friends that she got banned from a commie stream because we hate America, but you're right. But they were going to do that anyway. Right? Like, there's just no point having the conversation. Right? Like, they're demented. Right? Like, they're not going to have a come to Jesus moment. They're not going to see the light. Right? Like, it would be easier to negotiate with a rabid dog. Yeah, Trump told illegal immigrants he was going to throw them out. Yeah, but they didn't realize he was going to also round up citizens. But John, give him time. It's only been a few months. Yeah, right. And then I can't wait until the midterms happen and they'll like lose the Senate or something. And then it'll be, oh, we could have done so much, but the Democrats got in the way. Like this electoral politics shit is it's just a curse. It's just a curse on America. Like the whole grift. Like it's just wrestling. It's just WWE style wrestling, where we're all like entranced in it. And it's just, I just don't have time to discuss this shit. Like I can't teach you basic human empathy. If you don't have that, then I'm not going to talk to you. Right? And if you're supporting Donald Trump, it is because you don't have basic human empathy. Like, you are a psychopath. You are disassociated from reality. And if you can't see that, then that's even scarier. Yeah, Trump told dissenting citizens he'll throw them out too, right? Like, this is what these people support. Like, and at this point, like, it is what they support, right? Like, they're not coming in here talking about that. Like, when they say make America great again, what they mean is ethnically cleanse America. That's what make America great again means. It means return segregation. It means enslave black people. That's what it means. That's what make America great again means. Like, it means enslaving women to men. That's what it means. And if you don't think it means that, then that's even scarier. Like, we have somebody over on Twitch, Maximal Man. Hi, CC. Good to see you, my man. Hope you're here to be beautiful. First time chatter. Just had to throw a absurdist Trump supporter out of here because, like, it would be fascinating to meet a Trump supporter that was capable of reason. But I don't think that can exist. Like, I don't think that can actually exist. Like, how can you look at what the Trump administration is doing with reason and being rational? I just don't think it's possible. Yeah, he's talking about building 5 more concentration camps in El Salvador to send Americans. Homegrowns. Homegrowns is the word that he's used. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that story developing. That's going to be a great developing story. I really wonder what the maggots are going to say about that. Yeah, Trump supporters are naturally ignorant. Like, but I think it's important to point out that like they're Nazis, right? Like, I've said that earlier, and it's worth doubling down on that at this moment, right? Like, these people are Nazis. They want to ethnically cleanse America, like they're ethnically cleansing Israel. They want to they want like a perfectly white utopia. That's what they want. And they keep saying it. Right? That's what make America great again means. So it's just Nazism, right? Like, that red hat, the Make America Great red hat, that's a swastika. So it's exactly that same level. Meanwhile, Maximal Man says pure reactionary brains. Yeah, fascist, some shared Latin root. Facile and fascist, some shared Latin root, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it basically boils down to an inability to grow up. That it's just this like childish hero worship kind of Marvel brain shit, right? Donald Trump is the good guy, therefore. So I like this headline. China's Xi Jinping asked, "What's so bad about deflation amid economic slowdown?" Report says. What is so bad about deflation? Like, don't people want lower prices? Isn't it good to have lower prices? Now, of course, if you're a capitalist, right? Oh, I'm a capitalist, so that means that things are getting cheaper, so I'm going to hoard my wealth even more. Like, I love having these economics conversations with people because most people just confess that the issue is that capitalists are psychopaths. Oh, if you do that, then they'll do this. Yeah, they'll retaliate. Right? That's why we should remove them from the conversation completely. Like, why do they have any power at all? Like, I'm confused. Like, so you acknowledge that the capitalists are going to do something retaliatory in order to punish you for these things. And yet, for some reason, you still think that they should have power. I don't really understand that. It's like insisting that we have to maintain the power of the king. Like, I don't understand. And it flows completely into this statement that I'm just going to keep making over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That this is a religion. That we're worshiping money. We worship capitalists. They're the priesthood. And they're obviously evil. Like, so blatantly, obviously evil. And we worship them. And until we actually go, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be worshiping worthless capitalists who do nothing but hurt us. Maybe we should actually be, like, focusing on systems of life, right? Maybe we should actually be focusing on, like, you know, making sure the sun is well lit, for example. Yeah, China is miles ahead in terms of understanding economic reality, and it's just getting obvious. Like, it's getting obvious to everybody who isn't a maggot. Like, the Chinese economy is, like, this is what's crazy to think about, man. This is actually what is crazy to think about. That the Chinese are just getting started. Like, you take a look at where they were in 1949. Right? Like they just formed the People's Republic of China. 1949. So 1950. So from 1950 to 2000, right? 50 years, they have this enormous increase in quality of life, in infrastructure, right? And Americans will bang on over and over again about, oh, well, their economy is in a slump because their real estate sector is down, right? Because they insist on not financializing their housing market and not allowing speculators in their economy. So the way capitalists measure growth doesn't apply to China, and so the capitalists say that their economy is in a slump. When what China has done is, no, we built the housing. Like, it's here. We built it. There it is. We don't need to continue building it. So we're going to stop building it. And instead, we're going to redirect those resources towards the tech industries that we took over. And they did take over. And and they're just getting started. Like, in another 50 years... So when we start to get to the end of my life, right, China is going to be so far ahead of us, like so far ahead of us, that it's going to be embarrassing. Like, we are still going to be having, like, trains on rickety tracks that go like this, like, and we have to go, like, super slow, or else you'll get derailed. We're still going to be facing, like, regular derailments, shit like this, bridges falling over. The subway system of New York is going to be flooded. That's going to be my favorite moment. I'm really looking forward to that one. Like, really, really, really. Like, I know that sounds very, like, grotesque. There's, like, a lot of gallows humor to that. But, like, I just can't help but, like, look at a New Yorker whose subway system has been flooded, and he's just like, hey, I'm walking here. Like, yeah, you are, champ. Yeah, you're walking here. All right. Like, the flooding of the New York subway system, where they're going to have to abandon it, and, like, sections of Manhattan are going to be uninhabitable. I just, like, I don't want to see it, you know, but it's so utterly self-inflicted It's so completely self-inflicted that I just won't be able to do anything other than just be like, yeah, haha, like get wrecked, you fucking New Yorkers. Like, get fucking totaled, you total fucking losers. You did it to yourselves. You could have not done it, right? You could have just said, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be picking a fist fight with the universe. Maybe we should actually step down from our death cult. Maybe we should actually start to contemplate and consider a reality based in reality. Yeah, maybe we should do that. What's deeply unfortunate, of course, is that China has much more low-lying territory, and so it's going to experience flooding as well. The difference there is that the Chinese strategy is to do something about it and to accommodate their citizens, whereas the American strategy will be to say, fuck off, and go buy a house somewhere else. We don't give a shit. And like, I think there's going to be key moments where the West really starts to key in and recognize and realize that they fucked up really bad. Like, China's going to build a moon base, and so it's going to have a base on the moon. Something that Elon Musk has been lying about for forever that he was interested in doing, but he's a fraud, so he's not going to do that. Like, China's going to have a moon base. That's going to be a big moment. That's going to make everybody be like, oh, China has a moon base. What are we doing here? The thorium reactors. The thorium reactors are going to be just like a moment where Western power and American citizens are just going to be like, what are we even doing here, man? Like, what are we even doing? Like, Demand Better. Good to see you, my man. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you're doing well out there, my man. Yeah, it's annoying trying to talk to the average person about China. They get on their moral high horse, start accusing me of drinking Kool-Aid. Yeah. Because they as if they have a leg to stand on. Like, it's always shocking. Like, it's just this anti-intellectualism. It's like a big part. It's the worship of chaos. Like, if it has to be ordered, if it has to be put in a structure, then it's authoritarian or something. And so it just makes them look stupid. Like, I love it when capitalists start using the word authoritarian, right? They've started using this word authoritarian. I see it all over the place. And I'm just like, yeah, authoritarian. Near as I can tell, it means a country passes laws and then expects those laws to be followed, even by billionaires. And that's authoritarian. Yeah, Chinese economics needs to be studied by the West if they ever want to catch up. But here's the rub, Demand Better. Like, this is the thing that's going to be devastating for America, is that even if it started the process, it can never catch up. Like, how could it possibly catch up? Like, the biggest problem, right? The biggest problem that is facing America today is not just that the people who are in power and who have power are illiterate, clueless morons. It's that the people they're training to be the next generation of leaders and rulers, and I really do mean like hedge fund managers, like, I don't care about the politicians. They are also clueless, illiterate morons. So, like, this is why revolution and collapse is inevitable. It's simply an inevitability that the system collapses, because not only are the current group of people clueless neoliberal priests and illiterate morons, but the people who are coming up behind them are also trained to be clueless, illiterate priests and morons. And they're all going to look at the problems that are happening, and they're all going to try to apply solutions to the problem that fit within the ethos of the priesthood. And it's not going to work. It's going to continue failing. And it's going to continue failing more and more dramatically, right? More and more spectacularly. And it's going to take, like, 50 years to get through that process all by itself, right? So while China is on this like exponential curve of like going straight up, we are essentially dealing with a cultural, with the necessity of a cultural purge. Like, we have to purge these people out of our society. Like they don't get assets. They don't get a say in what's going on politically. They no longer have a voice. Like we need to like literally purge our society of these people, because their ethos is literally failure. They're straight up standing in front of you and saying, the way forward is through failure. And they're just going to keep saying that. And they're never going to stop saying that. That were they to actually be removed from power, they would dedicate their lives to being wrong about everything. And at the end of their lives, they would never admit that they were wrong about everything, even though they've been wrong about everything the entire time. Like, neoliberal economics is a cult. It's a religious ideology. It has nothing to do with social sciences or science of any sort. It's a way to maintain the power of the priest class. And it's going to take us like a full-scale revolution to get these people out of the society, to get these people out of positions of power. We're not going to be able to vote them out, right? We're not going to be able to do that. And so while China begins to accelerate its growth, building thorium reactors, building a moon base, building a satellite solar power generator, like, they're just going to keep doing that shit, right? They're not going to stop. And in the meantime, we're all just going to sit around here with our thumb up our ass, funding Elon Musk and other frauds and losers who have accomplished nothing and will continue to accomplish nothing. And we'll just continue to fall behind. And so once we actually do purge these losers out, which will likely result in the fracturing of America, right? It's likely that America falls apart because we would rather destroy the ecosystem and life itself than confront the system of capital. So once all of that decays and collapses and falls apart, then we can begin the process of even training citizens to even understand the basic fundamental rationale of economics, and to actually create like a science of economics that excludes from its thinking this religious idea that we should have rich people, right? Because they earned it by inheriting a slave plantation, right? And and so like I'm actually serious. I'm not trying to be facetious or hyperbolic when I say this, but it's going to take America 100 years to get to the point where they can actually begin the process of even saying, we've got to do economics properly. Like, we're going to go through a major decline, a significant collapse of not just institutional systems, but ecosystems collapses. The fascists that are in control today are going to retreat to their palaces, right? That's their strategy, is to retreat to their palaces and abandon the rest of us. So the economy is just going to be completely fractured and completely destroyed, because the only people they're going to care to have around them within the gated communities are the people who make their food, because they only care about themselves. They don't care about the concept of the nation, right? And so the structure of America collapses and falls apart. The federal government recedes. Independence movements spring up all over the place. And America, as we know it, within 50 to 100 years, ceases to exist. And that's not predictive, right? Like, that's looking at a building that's like this and saying it goes like this. That's looking at the equation 1 + 1 equals and realizing that it's 2. Like, if you defund your institutions, if you stack your institutions with people who are interested in dismantling your institutions, right? If you don't educate your populace, if you don't build any infrastructure, if you don't give people a buy-in, right, then your institutions lose credibility. Joe says, you think it'll take another 100 years? I think it'll take 100 years before someone is in a position to be able to say, we should do better than this. So like right now, the country is beginning its decline. Like, it's beginning its serious decline. And the decline is going to get more serious, and it's going to get faster, right? But like, from where we are now to, like, from building falling over to building rubble on ground, dust settled, that takes about 50 years, right? It's just how these things go. You're talking about the wealthy actually receding into their palaces, like actually going there, not having it built, not the rumor of it, not the idea that maybe they will, right? But the actual retreat, and the actual retreat of capital, and the actual abandonment of the society at large. Actually, that process takes about 50 years. Right? And the actual destruction of the federal government, and the actual the actual independence movements, and the actual balkanization of America. Like, it's actually happening. It's actually unfolding. Here it is. 50 years. About. I don't want to give it a precise date, obviously, but like, it's going to take about 50 years. And then once we settle into this naked neo-feudal system, right? And it will be feudalism. Like, it will just straight up be feudalism. Like, we will be serfs. It will be understood that we are an underclass. We will be told that we are an underclass. The educational systems will attempt to justify our slavery. We will be told that it is righteous for us to live in servitude, and it is righteous for us to have a god king like Elon Musk. Like, that. This is what will happen. It's it's what we used to do. There's no reason it'll stop. And from there, that's when you're going to get resistance movements. That's when you're going to get, like, really people picking up weapons and really fighting back, really. And there's going to be armed struggle, and there's going to be wars over waterways. I think that's a guarantee, basically. Like, there's absolutely no way a war is not fought over the Colorado River. Like, it's just absolutely the case that it will be. And after about, so you begin to get resistance movements, you begin to get armed struggle, you begin to get insurrectionists, after the thing has collapsed and we're all feudal serfs. And then it takes about 50 years, right, to actually win, to actually and to actually successfully move the society out of a feudal structure into something new, right? So I think 100 years. So in 100 years, America will begin the process of rebuilding itself as a rational nation. Now, it is completely possible that in the midst of all of that, there are bursts of protest and revolutionary energy. I think that that's completely possible. It is actually possible that, like, a George Floyd moment happens, where, like, George Floyd, like, somebody does something, somebody dies, some kind of completely illegitimate act happens by the state. Like, let's say they actually execute Luigi Mangione. Like, let's say they actually do that, right? It's completely possible that this blows up and creates just a huge revolutionary energy in the country. And we saw it happen with the George Floyd protests. We saw it happen with the Occupy movement. It can happen, right? It's completely possible. And so I don't want to discount the reality that, like, yeah, we could just have like a revolutionary force come in and they could just literally start burning down these cop cities. Like, and we could just see them go to Mark Zuckerberg's palace and just burn it down. Right? Like, that definitely can happen. But the more likely thing, but in spite of that, I would argue that because of the way the United States military operates and because of the nature of the system of capital, it's just likely that all of that will be suppressed. Like, a big place that I think everybody should be looking at right now is the decline of the Roman Empire. The decline of the Roman Empire happened over centuries. It took a long time, right, for the Roman Empire to finally become considered no longer the empire. But it was receding, and it was steadily collapsing, and it was losing administrative power. And the primary reason why it was happening is because people were no longer participating in it. And that's really the fundamental backbone of why empires actually collapse is that eventually so few people believe in the project because the project itself is illegitimate. Empires are illegitimate. Like, they have no legitimacy whatsoever. And eventually enough people see that to be the case that it's not that a new power structure wave comes in and eliminates the old. It's that people refuse to participate in it. And that's what actually kills empires. Like, you can put $100 trillion on the table and buy as many fighter jets and tanks and submarines and drones as you like. You need people to use those things. You need people to get into that jet. You need people to fly those drones. People need to participate. And empires die because people stop participating in them. And people begin to follow philosophies that run counter to empire. So in the case of the Roman Empire, one of them, and there were many, but one of them that persisted was Christianity, right? The story of Christ has persisted into the modern era. News story on that, of course, the Pope has died, and they're going to replace the Pope, for those who care. And the Roman Empire didn't fall because, like, a new power structure emerged from it. It fell because people refused to participate in it, and people were following new philosophies and new modes of thinking about humanity and new ideas that the Roman religion, the religion of the state of Rome, really placed the oligarchy as demigods and everybody else as, like, basically talking monkeys to serve them and worship them. And the new ideologies, such as Christianity, that came out, insisted, no, we each have an inherent divinity. We do not need to worship these people, and we don't need to participate in what it is they're doing. DM writes, good evening, John. Did you read about the latest government report? Privy Council for PM predicts 2040 dystopia in Canada, collapsed economy, hunting for food, declining social mobility, which could revert society into land-baron aristocracy, where societal advancement is possible. Yeah. So I'm glad to see that the Canadian government is catching up with me. Like, we here at the Canadian Economy have been calling that for a long time now. So good to see that the government is finally starting to take it seriously. Good to see that the government is releasing reports to be like, oh yeah, like, we can definitely fall back into this. Like, we definitely can do that. The response from the government is, of course, going to be fascism, because it's the most popular ideology. And like people like Mark Carney and the liberals aren't upset about a land baron aristocracy, right? That's actually the system that the Canadian system was designed to accommodate, right? Like the Canadian system of politics was designed to accommodate land baron aristocracy. Those were the people who came over from England, and those are the people who took over. So, like, literally one of the richest Canadians right now, his name is David Thompson. He is a baron. He's already, like, he's there. He's a baron. So, like, no surprise from me. Like, we are regressing. And we're going to regress very quickly. And we're going to regress into something that looks like a feudal arrangement. Because we refuse to pursue seriously the concept of socialism. Like, we through Red Scare movements and through blacklisting, we destroyed leftist voices and communist voices in this country, and it's been effective. And now here's the consequences. Like, that's it. Like, regressive reactionaries won. And we're going to pay that bill. And of course, like, we could stop it. Right? Like, we could. Like, we could just provide housing and food for everybody. That would stop it. And, like, we absolutely can do that. Like, we did that in World War II for people. Like, we absolutely 100% can accomplish that. It actually wouldn't be difficult. The most difficult part about it would be listening to the capitalist cry. So, no, like, near as I can tell, one of the major problems that we're facing is that people still think these capitalists have any credibility whatsoever and that their voices should be listened to. Like, as if it's like a both sides issue. Oh, well, we gotta negotiate and compromise. No, we don't. Like, we literally don't. Like, we should put people in positions of power who want to take these people's assets away. The capitalists should no longer have power in the society, full stop. Full stop. Like, the way that the proletariat talks about the capitalists today, it's like, well, I mean, we could get rid of the king, but, you know, maybe we should just negotiate with the king. Or maybe we should be rid of the king. Like, I don't understand why you want to keep these guys around. Like, what have they done for you? What have they accomplished? What great miracle has Elon Musk bestowed upon you? What beautiful life has David Thompson given you? Like, these people are parasites. They exist to be parasites. They have finagled themselves into political positions in order to parasticize you. That's the whole point, is so that they don't have to do anything important whatsoever and you do all the work. That's the whole point. And so until we actually get it into our minds as a country that we should literally remove these people from power, like, they should have no assets, they should have no wealth, they should have no money, they should be banned from media, they should have no power. That the people who are currently the private holders of the oil industry should go to jail. They should not have assets. The people who have been bribing politicians in order to create a false scarcity in the housing market should go to jail. They should have their assets removed. They should go to prison. There should not be, and there should not be a concept that we have to negotiate with these people. Like, that to me is the thing that we have to abolish, and we have to abolish it very quickly. Is this idea that, like, well, we want to do this, and then somebody says, well, if you do that, then the capitalists will do this. And I'll be like, who? Oh, you mean that poor guy in the prison cell over there who used to have money, but we took it all away from him? Like, I don't know why you want to maintain the power of psychopaths who are trying to mass murder people. Like, oh yeah, and like the ADL, this whole organization there should be a mass trial, right? They should be brought to The Hague. We should have some of them hung, for sure. Like the entire Democratic Party, the entire Republican Party, these genocidal maniacs. Like, of course, none of that's going to happen, right? None of that's going to happen. Because for some reason, we're all sort of just like in a state of shock, I guess. We're in this kind of stasis where we don't recognize that if we all just like went to the parliament buildings, we could shut the whole thing down. Like, we don't owe these capitalists a single thing. They are psychopaths. And for some reason, we seem to think they're not, no matter what they do, no matter who they murder, no matter how many times they celebrate your poverty and enslavement, no matter how many times they reveal to you that they are obviously demonic psychopaths, people still seem to think that they should have any amount of wealth or control or power or influence at all. Like, I don't get it. It would be like seeing Ted Bundy murder a bunch of people in front of your eyes. And then when he stands up for his defense, he says, "You can't incarcerate me. I earned those kills." And you going, "That's a good point." Like, no. Like, no. Yeah, people think being anti-capitalist is un-American. It's ludicrous. Some of them hope one day they'll be super rich too. Right, but it's a curse. Like, this is the big point that I'm really trying to get across to people, is that it's a structural issue, right? It's not you're not going to be a good billionaire. There's no such thing as a good billionaire. You're just not going to be a good billionaire, right? If you manage to get there and you manage to get the wealth, you'll be a psychopath too. And even if, let's pretend for a moment that you aren't. Let's pretend for a moment that you are somehow a benevolent billionaire. You won't be, but let's pretend like you would be, right? It's structurally damning for a society to have a small group of people hold the mass of wealth, because it bottlenecks everything. Everything needs to go through these guys. Every decision needs to be, at some point, you need to get these guys' attention to get anything done. Well, that's going to slow everything down. It's a bottleneck in your production line. It doesn't matter how many people you've got on board with it. You could have literally 100 million people. In America, you can have 100 million people on board with an idea. You can have 100 million people saying, yes, we want this. Yes, let's do it. Yes, let's go. You can have people within the industry that they are seeking to change on board with it. If one person says no, it's over. That's the American system. And near as I can tell, that's what Americans want. So they deserve what they got. Yeah, Netanyahu in the dock at The Hague. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Netanyahu should go to The Hague for sure. Yeah, Germany as a country shouldn't even exist for its Yahtzee experiment, but same goes for US and Israel. Oh, yeah, like the fact that Germany was allowed to exist and reunify after World War II should tell you basically everything you need to know about Europe. Like, they just did a little bit of Nazism. Like, Nazism is a pretty popular ideology, it turns out. Like, people seem to really like it. Like, when I was growing up, Indiana Jones could literally just shoot a guy for being a Nazi, and we would all be like, yeah. And now people would be like, oh, he's killing people just because he disagrees with their ideology? Like, yeah, bud. Like, we're in such a silly moment. We're in such a silly, stupid, ass-backwards moment where it's not just that dumb people have taken over. It's that the entire system of thought is itself stupid and backwards. Like, you can have incredibly intelligent people within the structure and they'll sound like morons because the philosophy of thought is itself moronic. like, and the great irony of all of it is like, it's the people clutching most to a book that tells them not to do this that do it. That's the great irony of this whole thing. It's like, we're gonna like, most people in the Conservative Party call themselves Christian. Like, most Republicans consider themselves Christian. It just consistently floors me. Continuously floors me. That people are willing to just, like, throw it all away for nothing. For just absolutely nothing. Like, some momentary flickering sense of owning the libs, I guess. Yeah, we got them. Okay, like, enjoy your life of grinding poverty. You got them. Bazinga. Checkmate. And, like, once it starts to get into be like Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Barron Trump, like, once we start seeing the second generation of this, that's when it's going to get really obvious. Right? Like, those are the people who are straight up going to expect and demand respect for being a psycho, right? Like, you should kiss my boot just because I'm in front of you, kind of thinking. And, like, I don't think the Democrats can pull it up. I don't think that they're even interested, really, in pulling it up. Like, who are they going to put in front of us? AOC? Bernie? Right? So, my advice to everybody is just, like, enjoy your life, right? Enjoy what you have. Spend time with your friends, spend time with your family, right? Try to love each other, right? Try to live in peace with one another. Try to make people laugh as much as you can, and have as decent a time as you can, because it's only going to get worse. And that the decline is going to be slow and then fast and then slow and then fast. And there's just going to be, like, steady, slow decline followed by and more people are going to be homeless, and more people are going to be poor, and more people are going to be struggling. There's going to be more and more people struggling. And I think that we should become militantly against those who try to individualize the issue. Like the get a job crowd. I think that we should literally call those people psychopaths. Just straight up. I don't think that we should tolerate somebody who is insisting that the poverty a person is experiencing is an individual issue. I think that's a really childish way of looking at it. Especially when, like, billionaires are siphoning billions, if not trillions of dollars out of the economy into offshore accounts. Like, I don't know. There just comes a point where I have to start thinking, like, do we want it? Like, do we want this to happen? Do we want to destroy our economy? Do we want to destroy the lives of our children? Like, is that what we're looking for? Is that what we're trying to accomplish? And, like, what is it going to take before we actually start saying, we got to get rid of these capitalists? Like, we got to get rid of these guys, right? Like, it's like, why are we trying so hard to accommodate them? Like, why do we still think that Galen Weston should be in charge of a system he inherited from his dad? Like, why do we think that? And we're just not allowed to have that conversation in seriousness. We're just not allowed to have that discussion in seriousness. And it's annoying. It really is. It's just annoying that, like, you're not actually allowed to say, hey, why should Galen Weston own this? This multi-billion-dollar food distribution network that he inherited from his father? Why should he own that? Like, he shouldn't. We should nationalize it. Like, what? Why is, like, Canadians spend the most amount of money in the developed world for its communications network and gets the least amount of quality of service. Why is that? Because we have a heavily privatized system where the big three, as we call them, collude with one another. Why do we not nationalize this? Why do we not just say to them, yep, you had your chance, you fucked up, bye. Like, oh, those are our lines. No, they're not. Bye. Like, why are we not expropriating this stuff away from these guys and then taxing their wealth to oblivion? Like, I don't understand why we're keeping them around. That's the part that's so confusing to me, is that we're doing everything we can to accommodate people who literally want us to die. Joe writes, agreed, I want to build bridges and find common ground with my fellow proles who are more conservative, but they are irrational at times. Like, I just don't... In many ways, I think it is just that the indoctrination system has effectively distilled out of people their own sense of self-value and self-worth. Like, in many ways, I think that that's been quite damning for the society. That a person who stands up and says, hey, we should have access to food and shelter, that person is considered selfish. Right? That if you stand up and say, like, hey, a person should get the value of their work, then that person is selfish. Right? But saying you should be paid nothing and work for a person you've never met, that's considered selfless. And that the person who exploited that situation, the capitalist, well, that's divine. Like, I think there is just, like, a complete denigration of the self happening, where people don't believe, like, they believe that you have to earn it, and that if you can't get it, it's because you're unworthy. So it's self-deprecation at a super high level, right? Like, it's it's like a self-tearing down constantly, where you have no sense of self-value, and you aren't valuable simply because you exist, right? Your existence is not of worth. It's only your labor that is of worth. I can't think of a more damning indictment of the self than to say, oh, it's only if I make money for someone else that I earn food and shelter. It's a very shocking position to hold. It's very difficult for me to understand why a person wants their life to be harder and wants their life to be full of suffering in this way. Like, and it's just, I think the most difficult thing is the understanding that it would be so easy to do a lot of this stuff. Like, it really would be. It'd be so easy to actually do so much of this stuff. Like, the nationalization of the food distribution chain, you could do it in a day. You'd literally pass the legislation. You would tell the board of directors, the owners, Galen Weston, and all of them, congratulations, you no longer own this. Right? Your services are no longer required. Go get a job. You'd raise taxes on wealth over $1 million to 100%, effective immediately. you would incarcerate many of these people. That I would do that day one. I would just literally grab a lot of these guys and just be like, in the jail cell you go, tax evasion. Where's your offshore account? Tax evasion. And I grab their accountant too, put him in there. Okay, tax evasion. Like, you guys aren't paying taxes. This is what the tax is set at. I don't care about your shell companies or any of that. Pay this. This is what you owe. We know you owe it. Pay it. And like the nationalization of like the communications network, the nationalization of the energy sector, the nationalization of the food distribution chain. Like, I just think it would all be pretty straightforward. You'd literally just take out the owners and the shareholders and put your own guy in. Yeah. No, these people are just plain out evil. Yeah, it's why the system isn't replicating itself. Right? Because we all know it. It just won't self-replicate any longer. Yeah, like RFK Jr. denigrating autistic folk because some can't work a normal job. It made me sicker. Yeah, this whole thing that he's doing where there's like a registry. Why are we creating a registry? What's that for? Right? Should we start tattooing numbers on them? Yeah, as if our only value is how much money we can generate for the owners. Yeah. Branwyn, good to see you. The RFK thing for autism is part of a wider eugenics plan in the West. Yeah, I think that's true. Made in Canada is the framework for euthanizing the disabled. Yeah, I think that's right. Like, you just create conditions that are so bad that the choice for disabled people is to die horribly in the streets or to go through MAID. And I think that's the choice. And what we're probably going to see is we're going to see a disabled person who refuses to go through MAID and chooses to die in the streets. And then we're going to watch that person die in the streets. I think that's pretty likely that we're going to see that happen. And that you're going to have like disabled martyrs, so to speak. People who really understand that the system has turned against the natural world, and that we are really just upholding like a death cult at this point. Like, I think it will be dramatic. Like, there's going to be a lot of drama as the death cult begins to really manifest itself as a proper death cult. Like right now, it still has like the trappings of business. It still has this kind of there's a cleanliness to it, right? It doesn't have that kind of ritualistic, unholy vibe to it. It's more cynical than that, but that's all coming, right? The UK is on its way to making MAID legal as well. They're going to copy our framework because it's been so successful. Yeah, and like the UK is a fascist country. Like there's just no other way to put it. I remember I watched that miniseries Adolescence, which you can find on Netflix. Minor spoilers for this, right? Radio says, before I split, let me recommend the album The World is a Ghetto by the band War. All right. Good recommend. Thank you, bud. The minor spoilers for this miniseries, Adolescence, which you can find on Netflix. The miniseries Adolescence really does ask the question, what is it like to be a teenage person in a fascist society? And I don't think that that's what the creators intended. I think the creators were like, what is it like to be a teenager in a British society? But as a social scientist and as a Marxist, I looked at it and immediately I was like, yeah, this is a fascist society. Like and everybody operating within it. Joe asked the question, I'm sorry, what is MAID? MAID stands for Medical Assistance in Dying. It is the process that a person can apply for to be euthanized in Canada. Canada is not the only country to have such a program, but the Canadian one is the most infamous because the rules around it are kind of loose. Like most countries that have similar programs are not permitted to advise for MAID, right? Whereas Canada is. So your doctor could literally look at you and be like, maybe you should just do MAID. In America, I'm convinced that dark humor is the funnel into the fascist pipeline for many teens. Video game culture, dude. Video game culture is like 100% the way that we have pipelined our kids into fascism, for sure. So this show, Adolescence, so it is about a young boy who murders a classmate. And the first episode is the police invading his home and arresting him and bringing him to the police station. And it was extremely well done, right? And of course, you saw like the full scale of the police department and the police station and how many resources the police have. That this kid, while he was being processed by the police, interacted with no less than like a dozen adults, right? Each having their own individual job within the structure of it. And that gets juxtaposed. So the detectives on the case go to the school in order to talk to teachers and kids. And the teachers have absolutely no resources whatsoever. That they're very obviously overwhelmed. They do not have control of these kids. The kids do not respect the teachers at all. Moreover, the teachers have no idea what's going on with the kids. That the kids are basically living their own life in their own community and their own ideas and their own thoughts. And the teachers are utterly unaware of it. And then that's juxtaposed against the third episode, which is just a single shot conversation between a police psychologist and the young boy in question. And what struck me about that was that it's very obvious that this young boy has never actually had a long conversation with a professional of any kind. Certainly not a teacher. That it isn't until he murders someone that the society says we should probably talk to this kid. And of course, the series finishes up with the fourth episode, which is just a tour de force from the family, the parents especially. Just the thing that struck me about it is that at no point did the parents actually ask anything about systemic issues at all. The questions they were asking themselves is, what could I have done better? It was all individualist in its outlook and its mindset. And nobody actually paused within the context of the show to say, why is it that the police have infinite resources to deal with this kind of thing, but the teachers, where we leave our children most of the time, have nothing? Like, don't you think that that's a problem? Don't you see how this is sort of like a snake eating its own tail? That you're like creating a problem for you to solve? That it's exactly inverse. It's exactly the opposite. That police psychologist should probably be a school therapist, right? That teachers shouldn't have 60 kids in a classroom. Like, that we should actually have more one-on-one time with kids, with professionals. Like, don't you think that would help alleviate a lot of these problems that these kids are facing? Anemone, good to see you. Yeah, India looking to end the ceasefire with Pakistan. This is after the incident in Kashmir yesterday. It's getting worse. Yeah, the Pakistan and Indian border, hotly contested. and it looks like it's deteriorating. And there's a lot of moving parts in there. Like there's one of the things I've really felt about, there's a terrorist organization that's taking, or what's been designated a terrorist organization that's taken credit for it, but I can't find their statement. And that's what I'd really be interested in seeing, because they are explicitly anti-Western. So I'd be very curious to see what is their reason for the attack. Garden State writes, if you can, could you elaborate a bit more on how video games are the pipeline to fascism for youth? I'm curious what you have to say. The most popular video game franchise by a mile is Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a fascism generator. Just play it for 10 minutes. You glorify war. You create this idea that you can be a hero in war. All of the games have like a self-justifying proto-fascist philosophy behind them. We're America, Manifest Destiny, go in there, kick ass, take names, right? And this is like the most popular video game franchise. And it's not difficult to see how. So you have the people playing the game, and then you have influencers who play the game as well. And all of these influencers are essentially proto-fascist thugs whose worldview and politics is fascism. So you have this incredibly popular video game franchise that is being promulgated through the social media by fascists who give their opinion on politics, and it is fascism. It's not hard to see how kids would go video game influencer politician, right? Like that's the pipeline. And it's all being done through this glorification of warfare, this reinstitution or those reaffirming rather of Manifest Destiny. Yeah. I remember the older Call of Duties having advertisements in the pre-lobby screen to join the army. Yep. Like that was like the early days. Like the very first Call of Duty game was actually trying to be a simulation game. It was actually trying to put you in the experience of storming the beaches of Normandy. And I remember it was quite effective when I was younger. I really had a like, oh goodness, yeah, nobody should have ever done this. This is a big mistake. And I think that the Call of Duty franchise very quickly realized like, oh yeah, we can't make a simulation out of this because the goal is ultimately to recruit these kids. So we want them to feel like superheroes while they do this. We want them to think that they're going to go off to war and this is what war is going to be like. Right? And I think it has been effective for a while. Now you've got the people, it's the Iraq war vets. You're starting to see a lot of Iraq war vets who are now, like they're my age, and they're starting to talk about their experiences in Iraq, and they're starting to have like moments of clarity where they're like, why were we even over there? What was the point of any of that? I've even heard one guy say like, I think we were just, I think I killed men so that George Bush could get revenge. Like, I think that's why I killed those men. It's like not a good situation, not a good place to be. And it is going to start breaking down because like the absolute horror of genocide is like right in front of your face. And the question is, and one of the things that I've really been seeing in what's called the male loneliness epidemic in that conversation are women really pointing out that young men don't have empathy. Like, and I think that that's true. I think that young men are largely put in competitive environments and told to destroy one another. And there isn't ever the idea that maybe you should think about how the other person feels. And it's getting like, and you take a look at the manosphere, you take a look at like the Andrew Tates and the Petersons and the Shapiros and all of this. And all of those guys are essentially like, empathy is weakness. Like, you can't build a society this way. You can't build a society of unempathetic people. Like, you're going to turn into orcs. It's going to bring it down. Santora writes, at 11, I was recruited into a video game clan. The clan head was friends with a Nazi who was the vice president. I hung out with them for years, and we rotated people into other clans. Video game clan culture exists, and people need to go watch how it warps general behaviors. Like, and it is like, video games are traditionally a safe space for Nazis, right? Like, Nazis get to LARP and cosplay and just act like wild animals, basically. Gamer Jam says, apparently there's a big prediction on what will happen. Very worried. So I'm not... Oh, yes. This is the link. I should probably bring this up. People in the Twitch chat are talking enough about it. I can't click on that link, but... Privy Council 4 PM predicts 2040 dystopia in Canada. Like, the Canadian government's just catching up with us. That's all. Feelings are for woke losers, right? Yeah. JD Vance was in India and this happened. I think America is trying to create conflict. Not saying it wasn't there already. It was near China's border. Yeah, but like this is what America does, right? Like, America wants to go into regions that are tense, and then it wants to go into regions where there's lots of kindling and light the spark that creates the fire, right? That's what they want to do. And so it makes sense. Like, this is obviously a hotbed, right? Take a look at Google Maps here, man. Like, every dotted line you see is contested territory. Just so much contested territory, right? And it really is just like, this province. Does this province belong to Pakistan? Does this province belong to India? And maybe even like, hey, some of this territory maybe belongs to China, right? So you have kind of like a three-way, like, vying for power. And it does pay to remember that the ultimate goal of the Americans is to destabilize Xinjiang. Xinjiang is where the thorium deposits were discovered. Xinjiang is also a very important hub for the Belt and Road Initiative. So the destabilization of Xinjiang is very clearly the American strategy. And it would make all the sense in the world that America would involve itself in this hotbed region in order to create destabilization that they hope spills into Xinjiang in order to destabilize Xinjiang. That's sort of the because the ultimate goal is to fund fascist groups within Xinjiang to act as terrorist cells to overthrow it and create an independence movement. That's the ultimate goal, right? It's like CIA playbook 101. Like everything I just said is not like that's just day one. Here's how the CIA operates. And so it fits completely, right? That not only does it help destabilize Xinjiang, it keeps Pakistan destabilized, it keeps India destabilized, and it keeps all three parties sort of focused on this conflict within them instead of actually allying with one another, right? As long as they're at each other's throats, then they're not allying with one another. That's the point. So I think that the United States involvement could be pretty much guaranteed. And I mean, they did a very similar thing here in Ukraine, right? Like they find like weak soft targets and they pick on it. Like Myanmar, a similar thing happened, right? They're trying to do it in Taiwan. Garden State writes, great analysis as always, my friend. I was part of the Call of Duty clan when I was a kid and on GTA, and I've definitely seen some odd behaviors in clans that LARP as militants. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto is a great one to bring up, dude. Like, I used to play Grand Theft Auto when it was just like, you're just like a faceless nobody dude. And like, the thrill of Grand Theft Auto is that you get to do things that you kind of want to do, but you know you can't do. Right? You can't just like steal people's cars and then like kill a guy and run over them and like do all that kind of like, you get to unleash the deep dark void of yourself. Like, everybody who has driven a car has had that sensation of like, I could just hit a guy, right? It's just part of living. Like, you're standing on the street corner and you have this idea, I could just run out in front of that car. The French call it the return to the void. We have it. And like Grand Theft Auto, like 1, 2, 3, 4 were like faceless protagonists just doing stuff kind of game. Grand Theft Auto 5, the protagonist got psychotic. Like, Trevor is a psychopath. And I had to stop playing that game because he was just like in my ear. And I really felt deeply uncomfortable about it. Like, it turned everything from like just sort of whatever, like ha ha ha, to like it grounded it a little bit and made it a little bit more like visceral and real. And I feel like video games are on this path where they're becoming more psychotic. They've always been kind of psychotic, but it's always been like within a realm of cartoonishness, right? Like, the original Mortal Kombat games, the violence was like cartoonish. Like, yeah, there was blood and there were bones and like this kind of stuff, but they were like cartoonish. You know, you didn't really see anything serious. Like nothing that you wouldn't see at Halloween, you know? But modern Mortal Kombat games, it's like very medically specific. So it's just like, ugh, like I can't play those games. Yeah. You hear a lot of very racist rhetoric in video game culture too. Absolutely. Yeah. Joe writes, they are backwards. It takes more guts to admit you feel. Yeah. I think that's right. Anemone says, if India is pushed far enough, they might start something with China. Who knows? If India feels threatened enough, they may pull an Israel. Not sure what to think of this yet, but what I do know that is probably to get at China. Well, and like to drive a wedge between India and China. I think that's if I'm the American power structure, that's really what I want to do. I do not want China and India buddying up. I don't want like having China is bad enough, but imagine if India starts to develop at the same rate. Imagine if India starts adopting Chinese policies and Chinese ideas, right? Like, one of the things from what I've seen of India, its economic idea, the way that it was thinking about developing itself after the British left, was essentially to follow the American line. So neoliberal economics. And there were big, gigantic international organizations that were saying, yeah, like this is how you run an economy successfully. Right. And so India was basically doing that, and it hasn't worked. Right. It would be hard to call it like a total failure, but it just hasn't worked. It hasn't brought the prosperity that the Americans promised that it would, and that the international system promised that it would. And how do they know? Because here's China. Like, what China is doing is working. Very obviously. Like, I feel like if I have to explain it to you, then you are just too stupid to talk to. Like, this is very obviously working. And the fear from the American perspective and from the international community's perspective is that India is going to start adopting China's policies and ideas. And one of China's major policy planks, probably the prime one that is ensuring the success of China, is to never let the capitalists take power. It's the dictatorship of the proletariat. Like, you straight up had Hillary Clinton saying it. She's like, we thought that they would become capitalists and they didn't. So you have capitalists in China, but they have a leash on them. And so from the capitalist perspective, China represents a pretty big loss, frankly. And they're worried that that's going to spread into a place like India. That if the Chinese and the Indians start to work together, and India actually starts to say, hey, yeah, we got to rein in these capitalists, well, that's going to start to spread, right? We have to staunch the spread of communism. It's always been that. It's always been that. And, like, the real truth of how this is all going to play out, like, as America goes into its massive decline, it's obvious massive decline. India, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, like even Australia, right? They're going to be pulled into this. Like, China's growth is not stopping. China's development. I want to use the word development more than growth, because I feel like growth indicates like a very linear, very just like up we go way of thinking, which is very like childish. And what I think is happening is more about development. That it's about developing a culture, it's about developing a society, it's about developing something. And developing something doesn't necessarily mean growing, right? And I think that the Chinese economy is going to develop at such a rapid pace, even moving into the future, that I just don't see how India, like, if I'm living in India, Burma, Thailand, Vietnam's already on board. Like, Vietnam's already looked at China and been like, we gotta get on that. Yeah. Yes. Like, it's only a matter of time until all of these surrounding nations are looking at China being like, how do we get that for ourselves? How do we do that? And that China becomes just not because they're pursuing it, but just because it's the nature of how this is going to go. China is going to become the leader. And all of the neighboring countries, like, if you are literally able to travel a single hour and the difference is between like mud huts and super cities, it's not going to take too long to be like, how do we do this? How do we make this happen? And China is going to tell you, right? It's not like they're secret. They tell you exactly how they did it, right? That they have a stable governing system that is governed by people who are trained to be governors, under an understanding of proper economics and proper governance, what they call proper governance, and they don't just let the capitalists run the show for profit. Straight up, they just don't let the capitalists run the show for profit. Like, they've got some capitalists in there that are following their little profit motive, but if the Chinese government and the capitalists intersect, well, it's the government that wins. And if there's a crisis caused by the capitalists, they fucking jail them and they execute some of them. Like, it's not difficult to see that America doesn't want that to spread. And it's going to do everything it can to make sure it doesn't spread. But the reality is that it is going to spread, and it's not going to spread through warfare. It's going to spread because the people of these nations are going to look at China and be like, their lives are better. How do we get that for ourselves. That China is ruling through example and is going to rule through example. And like, I feel like if I'm living in in South Korea, where the birth rate is 0.3, and they just legislated 16-hour work days to be acceptable. Like, I'm looking over at China being like, hey, can I get my life back? And GTA 5 felt like cop propaganda. Teaming up with the game's FBI to commit crimes as opposed to the other games being criminal underground or gang affiliated was a huge shift. Yeah. Escape from Tarkov is a game they love. Off your opponent, take all their stuff, leave. Yeah. Long Defiant says, talked about Andor Season 2 yet? I don't really go for Star Wars stuff. Truth be told, Long Defiant. Like, people do recommend Andor. Like, Andor is the one that seems to have a little bit of credibility on it. Maybe once they wrap Andor up, I'll check it out. Like, after they're finished with it. Because I don't trust Disney at all. I don't trust them to actually stick a landing. I don't trust them not to betray the characters and the audience. And so, like, my feeling is that what Disney is going to do, because Disney is, like, rapaciously psychotic, is they're going to set up this story of a rebellion against an evil empire, and then somehow they're going to turn it so that the empire is actually good. That's my sort of expectation, because I don't trust Disney as storytellers. And I generally have this policy of, like, I'll watch a show created by, like, Marvel or Disney or any of their, so most companies, right? Once it's done, like, once it's over, I'm not going to invest even a minute of my time in a show that has potential, because I've seen this narrative too many times. I've seen it too many times where it's, you get invested in something, you fall in love with it, you spend your mental capacity on it, you think on it, you dwell on it, you discuss it, right? It becomes like part of your self. It becomes part of your ethos. You buy the little winter is coming hat, right? Like, you become a fan. You go on the message boards, right? Like, you want to have discussions with people about the thing, right? I've seen this happen too many times. And then they just betray everybody. And they fuck up the landing. They don't tell a good story. They basically give the shaft to everybody, flip the bird and say, fucking eat it. And then, can you pay me for more? And I've just seen that happen too many times that I don't trust it. Like, my assumption is that they are doing something good now so that they can betray you later. That's my assumption. And until the work is finished, I'm not going to participate. Disney has lost me. And specifically, like, not specifically, but especially Star Wars. Like, the betrayal and the evisceration of Luke Skywalker. No, I'm good. I don't need to spend any I don't need to spend any amount of time thinking that these guys are credible storytellers. Like, they lost me. And they're not going to get me back. Like, the only way they'll get me to watch anything of theirs ever again is if something like Andor comes out. They do, like, let's say 3 to 5 seasons. And everybody says, wow, what a powerful, incredible indictment of empire. And wow, they really nailed it. John, you really need to see this. Yeah, absolutely. It's finished. No more coming out. Really good. They really did it. And then I'll think about it. But until that happens, Disney's not getting a dime from me ever again. They've lost me. I think that everybody should stop watching Disney stuff. I don't think we should watch Marvel movies. I don't think we should watch Star Wars. I don't think we should watch any of this stuff. We should abandon them back because they've obviously betrayed us and they don't give a fuck about us at all. And as long as we're willing to give them money for it, as long as we're willing to pay and just keep going back to movie theaters and keep paying and keep watching their shitty garbage that is a betrayal of not just the characters but of storytelling itself. Like, no, but you do pay for it. You pay for it with your time and your energy, right? It's not just the money, right? You pay for it with your soul. No. 0%. Like literally until it's finished, it's in the box, completed. Here's the director's commentary. Like, here's everything. It's totally finished. We've moved on to another project completely. And then people tell me it's good. Then I'll look at it. Like, I just... Like, my degree is in theater, right? My field of study is the arts and is theater. And I don't tolerate, like, sit down and watch fluffy bullshit too much. Like, fine. If you want to have, like, a fluffy bullshit movie night, cool. Like, I just went and watched The Great Muppet Caper in theater. Like, I have no excuses, right? Nice fluffy shit, fine. But people are, like, basing their philosophy of thought on the fluffy bullshit because the fluffy bullshit's the only shit that's coming out. And then anything that has any sustenance or merit to it, anything that might actually be sustained through time, is just full of betrayal and just full of total bullshit. Where they set you up and then disappoint you, and it seems like they're doing it on purpose. And yeah, the Marvel movies are getting more propagandistic because the people who are taking over are getting stupider. Like, initially the Marvel movies were somewhat interested in character, but now they are just proto-fascist propaganda. The Avengers Endgame was one of the largest storytelling betrayals I think I've seen in history. Like, you're telling me we're going to get 3 Iron Man movies, 3 Thor movies, 3 Hulk movies, 3 Captain America movies, and then built upon all of that are 3 more movies that are leading to a film called Avengers Endgame. And the final movie is literally just a retcon. Just the laziest, stupidest form of storytelling. You literally had your audience go through like literally 15 films, like 45 hours of viewing, so that you could just go, time travel retcon. Bye. You don't get any more of my money or attention. I don't consider you to be culturally relevant. Like that's what it drives down for me. What's culturally relevant? What should be culturally relevant? What should we pay attention to? What should we spend our time on? And like Disney is no longer culturally relevant as far as I'm concerned. Like they should be pushed out of the conversation completely. And like the total betrayal of Luke Skywalker, man. Like if that didn't raise the red flag, if that wasn't the big moment for everybody, then I just don't know what to say anymore. Like, Luke Skywalker was one of the great American heroes. That his story was a story of sacrifice to save his father's soul. That's ultimately what the story of Luke Skywalker was all about. That he was at the end, he was given a choice to strike down his own father to become one of the most powerful people in the galaxy, and he chose to instead die and sacrifice himself than fall to the dark side. And through that act of self-sacrifice, he brought his father back from the dark into the light and saved the galaxy from the Empire. Fundamentally proving and showing that love conquers all. It's an enormous character, an enormous message, and an enormous story for an entire generation of people. That Luke Skywalker is one of the great American heroes. And they had the opportunity to return Luke Skywalker to us, played once again by Mark Hamill, the original actor. They had an opportunity to bring Luke Skywalker back into our consciousness, to show us what has Luke Skywalker been up to. Who is Luke Skywalker now? Who is this great American hero, and how is he going to help the hero Rey achieve her goals and become the Jedi that she needs to be? And instead of getting anyone who was interested in heroism, we got a broken down, decrepit old man who they humiliated on several occasions. Not just the fucking blue milk bullshit, but also, like, he gets defeated by Rey in a lightsaber battle. His big shame is that he was going to murder Kylo Ren in his sleep. He's literally just like an old, decrepit man who dies because he uses the Force too much one time. Like, it's if you were trying to destroy Luke Skywalker, that's the story that you should tell. That when I watched it, I was like, this is Empire propaganda, dude. Like, they're trying to destroy the character of Luke Skywalker. And to me, that's the moment I was just like, okay, cool. You've lost credibility as storytellers. Like, you're not even competent enough to be like, okay, Luke Skywalker was one of the great American heroes, so we should put him forward as a really strong, really competent, confident role model for young men. Somebody who we can look up to, a father figure. Somebody that we can look at and be like, oh, man, I'd really love to be like Luke Skywalker. Like, man, Luke Skywalker, he's really wise. He's really intelligent. Sure, he might be tough, but he's fair. Right? That's what people want. That's what people want from their heroes. Right? It's not what we got. Like, it was like a 14-year-old girl made it. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, boys are smelly, I guess. So, and if you're willing to betray, like, your great heroes, like, you're making a Star Wars movie, and you're willing to betray your heroes like that, you don't have credibility as a storyteller. You shouldn't be telling stories. You should get out of the business. Make way for proper storytellers. And unfortunately, that means that I don't trust Andor. I have 0% faith in that project. I assume they will betray the characters. I assume they will betray the thesis, because I don't believe they're competent storytellers. And, like, if you want a suggestion for something that's worth people's time, I highly recommend Freerin Journey's End. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, that's a good shot. No, it's fuzzy. Sure. Frieren at Journey's End is a anime. It's up for best anime this year. I call it the anti-Marvel show. That it follows the character Frieren, who's in front of you now, an elven mage who has joined with a party of 2 humans and a dwarven adventuring party to slay the Demon King. And the story begins right after they slay the Demon King. You don't even see the fight. So the story begins with their victory, slaying the Demon King. And then, so the story asks, okay, well, what does Frieren, this elven mage, who is essentially immortal, she is a timeless being, right? What does she do afterwards? And you follow Frieren as she goes around her life. And for her, time is different because she doesn't age. And so 100 years is not that long for her. And she goes and lives in her life, and she likes to collect magical spells. And then she circles back around and finds her old adventuring party, but now they've grown old. And then they die. And she's filled with remorse and grief that she didn't get to know these people better, and she realizes that the hero of the party she was in love with, and that she just let the time slip through her fingers. And this is episode 1. Already the story that I'm telling you is better than anything any American company has ever done in the last 20 years. And if you don't think so, I don't know what to tell you. Like, storytelling is about evoking your emotional self and diving deep into what it means to be alive and what it means to be a creature in the world. And Frieren gives you a lens on that is so different than anything else that I've seen. That her perspective is one of this timeless creature, so she watches the world change around her. And she watches people rise up and then fall. And she watches institutions rise up and fall. One of the funniest things that she says is that there's a way to be accredited as a mage. And the young lady who comes along with her on the journey as their journey goes, she asks, well, have you ever been accredited? And Frieren says, I never bother to because they always change their accreditations so quickly every few centuries. So I have to be recredited, so I just never do it. And it's a story that is full of power. There are great moments of magic and battles. But at its core, it's a character story following a powerful being as they essentially reminisce about their life. And it's a story about reminiscence. It's a story about sorrow and loss. It's a story about how to move on from grief. And really, it's a story about existing in life without some grand objective. Like, Frieren doesn't really have a grand objective. She likes to collect magic scrolls and magic spells. That's really all she's doing the whole time. And the story really shows you that even though you might be pursuing something you might be considered mundane, there's great adventure and humanity and divinity attached to even that. As long as you go and you live your life with intention and face the challenges that are in front of you with honesty and truth. So to see that there are stories like this that exist outside of the Disney schlock, I'm just not going to waste my time, man. Like, I'm just not going to waste my time. Circle back around when it's finished, and maybe I'll check it out. But anyway, that was a pretty long dissertation about why I think Disney is shit and nobody should watch it. I don't think to put the final point on, I've said it several times, but I'm going to land on it. They've lost credibility as storytellers. Just don't trust them. I don't know why you do. Yeah. Disney owns practically most American media outlets. Yeah, it's why the media is so shit. Like, you can't actually get Disney to read a script unless you work for Disney. Right? So it's just incestuous. That's really the problem with Disney fundamentally, is that it's completely incestuous. It's not actually willing to accommodate new ideas. And so it just ends up being this very incestuous process. And that process, of course, creates warped children. Yeah, which means AI is so perfect for it, exactly. Long Defiance says, I just finished Attack... Is that Attack on Titan? That one got weird. Yeah, Attack on Titan is weird, dude. Like, the word that I would use for Attack on Titan is unsettling. Attack on Titan is unsettling. And I think I watched the first season of it, and then I caught up with it, and then like new stuff came out, and I just couldn't bring myself to watch it again. Because it's just like, it's intentionally unsettling, and they accomplish their goal. And it's like, I don't know that if I want to go back down that line, you know. For those of you who don't know, Attack on Titan is a story about essentially a medieval culture that is constantly under threat from these giant titans. And they don't know where these titans came from, that they just showed up. And it essentially follows a community that has protected itself behind giant walls that they hope the titans can't penetrate. And what really makes the story so unsettling is that the storytellers do not shy away from the horror of that dynamic. That the humans are not in control. The humans do not have power here. That the titans are what have power here. And it's that the titans don't have objectives so much, it seems like. Like, they seem mindless. So they're just like a force. And so the show is just full of claustrophobia, full of grotesquerie, full of just like horror, just really true horror of what it is to not be a predator, but instead to be prey. And the senselessness of the titans, I think, really heightens that sense of horror and that sense of terror in the viewer. That it would be better if you were watching it and the titans had clear objectives and had a clear mandate. And you would feel better as the viewer if you knew what these titans were about. But you don't. So they're just these mindless, senseless... they're just a mindless, senseless, destructive force that you can't do anything about. They're just there. If people had media literacy, Attack on Titan might be able to be looked at for the okay themes and how the creator exists. But unwitting or not, it's hitting all the notes for fascists to enjoy it. Once it showed interned people as secret monsters, my head turned. Clearly an allegory for Jewish folk, but yeah, it's a mess at best. It has promising themes, but I don't know if the creator knew how the allegories would pan out, and the incel star of the series too. Yeah, I didn't go back to Attack on Titan because I didn't care for that I didn't want to have those feelings anymore, deeply unsettling feelings. But I was always concerned that it would kind of lose its thread. This happens a lot in manga and in work generally, is that the first bit of work is really strong. The vision is really strong. But as it goes on, it becomes clearer and clearer that the author is like not really sure where this is supposed to go. It doesn't really know what the story is or how to end the story. Vinland Saga, I have not. I don't even know what Vinland Saga is. The Vinland Saga. There it is. Like, the worst version of what I'm explaining I've ever seen was Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series. The Wheel of Time series is so very clearly, like, once again, the problem is capitalism. Because Robert Jordan wrote a really phenomenal book called The Wheel of Time. And the first book in the Wheel of Time franchise is like peak fantasy. It's the first Wheel of Time book is the best fantasy novel ever written up until Game of Thrones. But without the first Wheel of Time book, I don't think you get Game of Thrones. That one requires the other. It's like you need Lord of the Rings to get Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time to get Game of Thrones. Like it's like that. And so Wheel of Time, the first book, greatest fantasy novel ever written. Like if somebody really wanted to go to the mat on that, I would be like, sure. But it's very obvious that when he finished that book, the capitalists, the publishers, said, hey, let's make it a trilogy. And he went, okay. And so he essentially rips out the last page of the book and does like a quick rewrite, like somehow Voldemort returned kind of thing. And it's like, at the time, when I first read it, I didn't really key in that that's what had happened. But it's clear. I went back and read it a second time, and I was like, it's obvious. Like, he completely ties up the story in, like, the tightest of bows you can imagine, but then just, like, leaves this one thread that he pulls into a trilogy, right? But that said, the trilogy is also excellent, right? So the 3 books together are actually really good. The first book is obviously the strongest because that's where the vision was. But the second and the third book, still good, still great. He had a lot of energy there. But then it's really clear that the publisher said, "Hey, Robert Jordan, you want to turn this trilogy into a 12-book series?" And he said, "Sure." So he took the final page of his trilogy, ripped it out, rewrote it. Tight little bow, little thread that he got to pull. And then he proceeds to write 4, 5, 6, and 7. And these are shit. These are just terrible books that should not have been written. They're boring. They are full of nonsense. Long, like listening to one of those jokes that go nowhere. Right? Like, fantasy novels are known for their sort of verbose language and sort of like lengthy passages, right? That are descriptive. But it's pretty clear that book 4, 5, and 6 are just like, we're filling space here. This is just like a long road to nowhere. Over and over again. And then he died. Right? So Robert Jordan dies before finishing the series. And then Brandon Sanderson finishes it up. And while Brandon Sanderson is like a competent writer, like the whole gas is taken out of the whole thing, right? So really, I recommend to people, you want to read Game of Thrones or you want to read Wheel of Time, you go ahead and read the first book, for like the book. And the trilogy, if you fell in love with the first book and you want more, and then fucking stop. The last page where it's like, bah, he's still alive somehow. No, he's not. End it there. Garden, good to see you, my man. Jordan was a hierarchical realist. Hard to enjoy most of it, although I finally finished it a year ago. Well, and my big critique of Jordan is actually the critique that George R. R. Martin had of fantasy generally, but that Robert Jordan sort of exemplified, which is nobody ever dies. There's like no consequences for anything ever. If a character dies, he just comes right back. So it's like, okay. And George R. R. Martin wanted to write a book that thwarted that expectation and thwarted that that storytelling trope and that fantasy trope. And he did it with such precision. Oh man. Yeah, the execution of Eddard Stark is one of the greatest moments. Oh yeah, just one of the great storytelling moments. And he did it so deftly, so intelligently, so like I remember reading Game of Thrones, and the reason why I picked up Game of Thrones is because there was a recommendation from Robert Jordan on it. And I remember I read Game of Thrones, and when they executed Eddard Stark, I didn't believe it, because it was like Arya watching it happen, and then like she turned, and so she didn't see it, and like she heard the blade come down and like the crowd cheer. And so my assumption was that this was a fake out, right? And then they moved on to a completely different chapter on a completely different character somewhere else in the world entirely. And he had like 6 chapters like that where it focused on a character who wasn't there. And each chapter ended with somebody saying, "We have news from King's Landing." And it's like, so he had the moment, but they didn't see it. And so for like 3 or 4 more chapters, you're just like, he didn't do this. He did not do this. There's no way that he killed the protagonist. Eddard Stark is the protagonist of the story, right? Like, as far as anybody's going, he's chapter 1. He's the man with honor. He's the one that's going down to solve all the problems. There's a 0% chance that he's killed this guy, right? And he did. And I remember finishing that book and just being gobsmacked. Just being... like, how dare he? How dare he? But what a powerful moment. What an intelligent thing to do. Brazen and bold, especially for what was happening in fantasy at that time. And now the whole thing's just shit, isn't it? I mean, now it's all just shit. They just ruined it. It's just like a total fart joke now. No, what happened to George R. R. Martin's work is once again capitalism ruined it. That he got caught up in the HBO show. The stakes got way too high. His last book was bad. It wasn't a good book. The like straight up, he follows Tyrion. Like, one of the things that George R. R. Martin had done throughout the first 3 books, three or four, the first 4 books, is that he'd have a character disappear over here, and then after a long period of time, they would reemerge somewhere in a place that was unexpected. And he was really masterful at that. Just like, this guy disappears and maybe is presumed dead even, and then all of a sudden, like a book and a half later, they pop up over here and they're working with so-and-so. And it's like, oh my goodness, what happened to this guy? What's his story? Oh my God. And then you'd catch little snippets of what's been going on with that guy. And it added a lot of texture and a lot of character to the stories that we as the reader understood that there were whole other stories happening behind the scenes all the time. And so it piqued our curiosity about like, oh, if that person's gone, well, maybe they're going to, oh, what's going to happen? Are they going to show up? Oh. So we were always in this kind of state of like, what's going to happen next? What's going on? Okay, this is what an interesting, oh my goodness, right? Well, book 5 is essentially him following Tyrion through one of those, that instead of just having Tyrion disappear and then reappear somewhere he shouldn't be, the way he's done with other characters, he actually followed Tyrion. But the story is terrible. It's just a pointless story. It's like it's like another one of these road to nowhere stories. Like, it's just a story that didn't need to be told. And then I think George R. R. Martin, because of the experience with HBO and because of all this kind of stuff, the stakes have gotten so high and the expectations are so much. And then also on top of all of that, George R. R. Martin has written a story that takes him into a place that he doesn't want to write. Like, I think that that's fundamentally true. That if he was writing a medieval political drama, I think that he would be super done with this. I think it would be wrapped up with a nice little bow and everyone would have been like, well done, George. Well done, George. A political medieval thriller. Well done. But it isn't a political medieval thriller. It's a fantasy novel. And he has written a story where a world that doesn't have magic in it is steadily becoming more and more magical until it finally becomes high fantasy. Right? Wizards, dragons, direwolves, zombies, like it's druids, it's all there. Right? And that's the path that he's walking the reader down. Pretty obvious that he doesn't want to write that story. Pretty obvious that he keeps trying to find the twist. He keeps trying to be like, how do I thwart the expectation? But the story that he's writing doesn't thwart the expectation. That's not the story he's writing. The story he's writing has been full of twists and turns, but now it's about White Walkers, dragons in the sky, wizards throwing fireballs, druids casting magical spells, giants, children of the forest, all coming together and having a big fucking conflagration of just awesome, cool, badass, high magic, where the political drama of like Circe and all this kind of stuff is resolved within this conflux, and he doesn't want to write it. That's all. Yeah, the Red Wedding is one of the big fascinating moments. In the television show, they killed Catelyn. Catelyn lives in the books. And I was actually always of the opinion that she was going to be one of the great characters in that story, because she survives the Red Wedding. And she becomes one of these sort of side characters that's in the distance. But like, one of the amazing moments that kind of turned into a fart joke was the inevitable reunification of the Starks. The Starks coming together, Catelyn and Catelyn, Jon, Sansa, Arya, and even possibly Rickon. Rickon sort of disappears, presumed dead, right? And so in the show, it just kind of turned into like a fart. It was just, well, because what happens in the book, spoilers, of course, is that she gets recovered by a group of brigands. I forget who they're following or what their religion is, but they're essentially clerics. They restore people back to life. And so they're able to restore Catelyn back to life, but she loses the power of speech because she had her head fucking cut off. So it's like she ends up being like this really horrifying, terrifying creature with a huge vendetta, right? But she's in the background. And then book 5 was just straight up like, book 5 was a book that George wrote for himself, and that if he had had a proper editor, the editor would have been like, cool, that's good that you know that, George. Cool. Yeah. So where's book 5? Like, it's just not a good book. And like, it really is one of those things where like, clearly the capitalists just wanted him to shit something out, and they didn't care if it was any good or not. And so he created that story because he's fascinated with Tyrion, because I think he sees himself in Tyrion a lot. And then instead of an editor being like, okay, George, this isn't a good story. Like, there's nothing here. Like, can we get, like, this is book 5. Like, can we get some like real storytelling in this book? Instead of that, they just released it. So he needed a big editor moment there for sure. Well, guys, I've been streaming for 6 hours, I think. I'm going to call it. It's a little bit early, but I think that's okay. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for liking the thing. Thanks for subscribing. This stream was a touch on the odd side. Thank you, Oddity. I appreciate it. And the reason why I say that is because it's like nothing really happened. You know? Like, it's been so drama packed for so long that, like, to have a week where it's just like, yeah, Trump stepped down from the trade thing, I guess. You know? I'm like, I mean, I guess that's a horrible thing to say, because it's like, the fucking Palestinian genocide is still happening. The decline of Western civilization is still happening. The Trump administration is still happening. But it's like become like a thrum. It's just become like, here it is. It's like, boom, boom. And like, I feel like the energy that I'm experiencing is just this, like, we don't have to accommodate people on the right anymore. Like, their guy got in and he turned out to be a nut. And like, when they come in and they're like, Trump's gonna help save, they just sound crazy. Like, and we should tell them so. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.